What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, December 11th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Sherrone Moore out as the head coach at Michigan. We'll get into the latest details and the salacious rumors, and obviously talk about how that impacts the Longhorns' upcoming Cheez-It Citrus Bowl matchup against the Wolverines. We will talk more Texas football, some more bowl opt-outs, and who else could be opting out for the Longhorns to take their talents to the next level. About Texas volleyball, a new arena being built on campus in the not-too-distant future. We will get into that. We got some NFL to get into, including Phillip Rivers' introductory press conference in Indianapolis, and Eagles fans wanting Jalen Hurts benched less than a year after he won Super Bowl MVP. We've got this Ohio man story that I forgot to bring up yesterday that we need to get to today. So a lot to dive into in the world of sports and beyond. We appreciate y'all starting your Thursdays with us. A Buck Off Thursday edition of Bucky and BK. Buck, on to you, my man. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well, man. It's a beautiful morning. It's going to be a sunny day. You know, the next couple of days are going to be nice in the 70s. And then we started creep back down into some 60s, Monday, possibly rain on next Tuesday. So it's still okay. I mean, still no crazy temperatures in the 40s and 30s, but 60s. But for the next 2 days, should be sunny. Saturday, like 75 degrees, 76 degrees. A lot of sun over the next couple of days, so enjoy it as you're running around trying to get that last bit of shopping in. Well, the last bit of shopping will be next week. That's when the pressure comes on. But they're out there. They're out there in full bore right now, getting after it.
The last week of shopping will be 2 weeks from now because Christmas is 2 days from today.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, people will be on hitting that last Amazon truck as they throw the packages over the wall, over the fence at you.
Yeah, next week is early. 2 weeks is
you're right.
You're
2
getting
weeks
it done.
Yeah. They're out. It's around this place, BK, by 11:30, 12 o'clock, it's just packed everywhere.
Yeah, the stores are packed, the roads are packed.
Oh, the restaurants, people trying to get that lunch in. Let's just have a lunch date here at Christmas, Sherrone. Let's go for lunch, whatever you want.
Sounds like Sherrone was having more than lunch dates, Buck.
Yes.
I've had plenty of lunch dates that haven't turned into what happened to Sherrone.
Do you know what your position is, sir?
Yeah, reverse cowgirl is his favorite.
My goodness.
I believe. Confirm that. That has not been reported on. That is just a BK original report right there.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, how about that? Less than 3 weeks before the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl between Texas and Michigan, the Wolverines fired their head coach yesterday. I think everybody knows it by now. We'll get into what it means for that game. We'll get into who could be the next coach at Michigan. We've already had, Buck, the craziest coaching carousel in the history of college football. You had another blue blood to the mix with Michigan. We're not finished just yet. We thought we were done, but it turns out we're really just getting started.
Man, it's crazy. This season's been crazy as it is, but my goodness, to lose the Michigan coach over the charges that are out there, it's just amazing.
Yeah, now he's in jail, or at least in custody right now. So it was weird enough to see that he got fired yesterday, and then you kind of figure out the reasons why he was getting fired. And then you find out that, he got arrested last night, and this story has gone from weird to bad to worse in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, he just ended his football coaching career at a very young age.
Yeah, he ended his marriage and a lot of other things probably too at a very young age.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
So we'll get into that. But first, Buck, how about the soldier shout-out?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas. Today, thank you. Thank you so very much for the great job you do We appreciate it every day. To you and your families, do be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed. Fort Hood, by the way, in the news for some not so good reasons. I don't know if you saw this, Buck.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Apparently, a gynecologist at the Fort Hood military base was secretly recording patients while working there and has been charged with sexual misconduct, and he too has been arrested.
Yeah. Happy holidays. Sorry about that,
Yeah.
ladies.
Not a great bit right
No.
there. So I saw that one in the news.
It's like
Dozens of former
people you're
patients.
supposed to be trusting in.
It's a crazy world out there, and there are
Yes.
some bad people in the world out there. So,
Let's
yeah,
just keep
there
having
you
the
go.
good people. Let's have the good ones outweigh the bad ones, please. Continue that way.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. So,
Yeah.
yeah, deep dive into what's going on in Michigan. You know, yesterday afternoon, reports came out that Michigan was firing Sherrone Moore for cause, right? Like, that came out immediately. It wasn't like, okay, let's see what happened. No, right away, the reports were they are firing him for cause. Rumors started circulating that it was because he had an inappropriate relationship with a Michigan staffer. Shortly after, those rumors were confirmed by Michigan AD Ward Manuel, who released a statement saying they found credible evidence to indicate Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. So you get that, and then obviously later last night, you get the reports that Sherrone Moore was in custody, and now he is the suspect in an alleged assault. Just that came out hours after he again was fired by the Wolverines. Police released a statement Wednesday night saying they responded at 4:10 p.m. in Ann Arbor for the purposes of investigating an alleged assault. A suspect was taken into custody. The incident does not appear to be random in nature, and there appears to be no ongoing threat to the community. Obviously, we found out shortly after that the suspect in question was Sherrone Moore. So, man.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm guessing somebody went to tell somebody, hey, you need to chill out. In a very argumentative way, like, you need to shut up.
Yeah, all sorts of rumors
Right,
about.
it's just kind of adds up. The guy gets fired. He knows where he's going. He knows who he's got to talk with. Somebody's been talking, and he's trying to keep it quiet.
Right, and nothing stays quiet these days.
Oh, are you kidding me?
The age of the internet and social media, Buck. I mean, you know, it's hard to decipher what's true and what's not, but there are all sorts of
cameras everywhere.
Right, exactly. And there are all sorts of information. We're talking about Michigan. This is a blue blood football program. This is a giant public research university that has so many people watching, paying attention, involved with everything that happens. This is a tough thing to keep under wraps, and once it starts to creep to the surface, we started getting some more information. And, Buck, I mean, we're only scratching the surface here. I mean, I feel like we're about to find out a heck of a lot more with what really happened throughout the course of the day, the week, the coming months, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, if there's an inappropriate relationship, does this guy, how many kids does he have? Is he married?
He's married with 3 kids.
Yeah.
39 years young, married.
That's not going to work out for his wife.
No, I feel like that wouldn't work out with most wives.
No, that's bad news for him.
Yeah, it's a really sad story, too, especially with the assault allegations out there and the fact that he got arrested from this. I mean, you just hope everyone's okay. But obviously, from the family standpoint, obviously that's 3 children and a wife who now, has to deal with her husband doing that. Now her husband's in jail. Now everyone knows her family life.
Now her husband doesn't have a job.
And he's not getting the buyout money because he was fired for cause. So that whole family's world just flipped upside down in the span of a couple of hours yesterday. And look, maybe this isn't the first place to start, and we've been talking about this for a few minutes, so I don't think we're starting here. But I wonder now, as a sort of side effect of all of this, Michigan, they fired Sherrone Moore with cause. They are trying to avoid paying him. You would
Yeah.
think Sherrone Moore is going to do whatever he possibly can to try to get paid at least some of what was on his remaining contract with the Wolverines.
Sure.
If they don't pay him, I wonder if Sherrone Moore is going to spill some more beans about the cheating scandal that led Michigan to their national title a couple
we'll find
years
out
ago.
a lot. We're going to find out a lot. Well, if that guy starts spilling those beans, he better go ahead and look for another country to live in.
How you think he'll be on?
Some pretty high-powered alums at these universities that don't want certain things to come out, and they don't want that. They don't want that. They want to keep their trophy. Or don't forget, they want to keep that trophy for that year.
Yeah.
We've been talking about give that trophy up, but they don't want to give that up. They'll go a long way.
Yeah, and there are a lot of college football fans who already think Michigan should have had to vacate that national championship from 2023. Obviously, it hasn't happened. Now the school got punished. The football program got punished. Hell, Sherrone Moore got punished. Remember, he served a 2-game suspension earlier this year for his role in that, and also some recruiting infractions as well.
Yeah,
hey,
that dude should have known. He's already been in hot water. Why would he? I don't know. Just people just don't think about it. They think they can get away with things, and I can find a way to get out of this. But we'll find out. Probably there are certain things that sometimes you just can't get out of.
He's not the first, and he won't be the last in father to cheat.
No.
Obviously, it goes both ways. There have been wives and mothers who have cheated as well. It's just he is a very high-profile cheater right now. And, again, it'll be kind of fascinating to watch how this story unfolds. But, hey, Buck, I'll give it to Michigan coaches. They're consistent. They cheat on the field. They cheat off the field.
There you go.
Credit.
Yeah, they're not choosy of how they cheat.
No, they are equal opportunity cheaters up there in Ann Arbor.
That's some crazy stuff right there. That's one I did not think I would hear. Not from a young guy like that who's got it, who they like, they trust it to take over the program. He's already had his hands slapped, and now this.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity of a lifetime, right, to take over to 37.
It wasn't going to get any better for him as a job. I mean.
Right. Yeah, he got that job because he was at the right place at the right time working on Jim Harbaugh's staff. Harbaugh obviously takes his talents to the NFL, in part because he knew what was coming down from the NCAA. And so they hand the job to Sherrone Moore, and 2 years in, I mean, he screws himself. Well, he's screwing somebody else, but y'all know what I mean. Now he is out of a job. So we'll see. 20 days from now, Texas and Michigan will play each other in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Biff Poggi has been named the interim head coach for the Wolverines. And
be careful there, Biff.
Michigan has been here before when Sherrone Moore was serving his 2-game suspension earlier this year. Poggi was the acting head coach for the Wolverines. He went 2-0 in those football games. But obviously the difference here is all the Wolverines knew they had their coach coming back after that. Now they know that they don't.
Isn't this the same group that paid like $10 million for quarterback too?
So you wonder what happens with him. Yeah, Bryce Underwood, their freshman quarterback, who is slated to start against Texas. And he started every game for the Wolverines this season. Yeah. Remember, he was at one time committed to LSU. He flipped his commitment. Powers decided to hook him up with a $10 million guaranteed NIL deal. And now you wonder, look, if he's still going to be making that $10 million, maybe he sticks around, but maybe he considers going somewhere else because he thought he was going to be playing with Sherrone Moore, and now he is not. And by the way, Sherrone Moore, I mean, he's like Steve Sarkisian to where he's their offensive play caller as well. So not only are they losing their head coach for the Citrus Bowl, they're also losing their offensive coordinator / play caller for that game and for next season too.
Boy, stupidity just is, it's unbelievable. It's incredible.
I know. You work pretty hard to get an opportunity like that.
Yes, you do.
You just throw it all the way. It's undefeated.
And generally like that, you don't do that to anything to put it in jeopardy. Generally, you're even more cautious. The old poon, it's out there, brother.
It's undefeated, Buck.
Yeah.
Hey, we've all done some pretty shady things to get some in our lives. Now, I haven't done all of that, but I've got some stories that I'm not so proud of.
Well, I think we all do in our lives.
Yeah, but you got to be a little smarter than that, Sherrone. and wrap up, please. If you're doing something like that, don't get caught because you impregnate the team staffer. Be a little smarter than that, sir. By the way, here is Biff Poggi. This is the interim head coach of Michigan. If that name sounds familiar, he was the head coach at Charlotte the last 2 years, and he was known for always showing up to press conferences and even showing up to games dressed like this in like cut-off tank tops, sleeveless shirts.
Ain't all muscle. That ain't all muscle.
No. Very little of it is muscle, actually. And to admit that very little of that is muscle. Thank you. Thank you, Coach. So that is the guy that Texas will see. I assume this game is going to happen. I have not heard any rumors. This is total speculation by me, but
Michigan hadn't pulled out of the game.
Could Michigan consider opting out of this bowl game? I mean, obviously we saw Notre Dame do it, and that's been the number one story in sports this week, at least until what happened with Sherrone Moore. Does Michigan say, yeah, we don't want to put our team in this spot. We don't want to have our players and our assistant coaches answer the questions at all of these press conferences leading up to the game. Let's just go ahead and punt on the season, focus on.
I would be. It would not surprise me if they said, no, fine. There's another team in America that would like to, some 6-6 team or whatever that just missed out on an opportunity that if the bowl people said, no, we're going to pay for everything. Would you guys be interested in coming? I mean, practicing for it. So
we've already seen late. It is late, and Notre Dame opted out. But Buck, there were also like 7 teams that finished 5-7 that also opted out of bowl games.
I told you it costs the school to go to those things. It's not like bowl trips are not money makers for the universities because they take everybody. They like I said, they're taking family members of staffers and everything else. It's a pleasure trip. That's what it is. It's not, if it's not for championship, nobody cares about, the watch you get or the little fake ring you get for a bowl trip, but for families, it's nice. It really is. For staffers, they get to bring, if they got kids, and dad's been away and doing all this crap, or mom's been away, doing stuff with the football program. And now all of a sudden you get a week and a half, almost 2 weeks to be in Florida. That's a great trip. They don't make any money. The university's not making any money. They got to fly those people, put them in hotels, feed them.
Well, if you are bowl eligible, you get fined by your conference if you don't participate in the bowl game. So if you're a 5-7 team and you opt out, I think it's kosher because you're only invited to a bowl game because there weren't enough bowl eligible teams.
Right.
But I did see, like Iowa State opted out of a bowl game because they lost Matt Campbell to Penn State. Kansas State opted out of a bowl game because Chris Kleiman decided to walk away, and both of those schools were fined $500K. Now, $500K to those schools, not a ton. $500K to Michigan is a total drop in the bucket, but you do get fined, you do get punished if you just walk away from a bowl game.
Well, hell, obviously, Michigan, no big deal to them. Now they're used to getting punished.
Right, exactly. Let's just add this on top of all the other punishments that they've had. I don't think Notre Dame gets fined because they're not in a conference, so there's nobody to fine them. They're just getting fined in the court of public opinion, and everyone's calling them a puss for opting out. But, I assume there would be some sort of punishment for Michigan if they choose to bow out now. But, again, Michigan has dealt with punishments. They've dealt with punishments a lot worse. Stop them from playing in this game if they feel like it's not the right thing for them to do.
Yeah, I just can't imagine them want to go through press conference after press conference in Florida with their players having to explain, did you know anything about your head coach? How close were you today? I mean, that just – for a kid, he's like, I'm just here to play. I'm just here to play in the game.
Right.
And go out and party at night here in Orlando. Are you kidding me?
I mean, that's the storyline for this entire football game, right? It replaces, Texas just got left out of the playoff. It replaces, hey, Arch Manning's in this game. Now the number one story surrounding Texas-Michigan is Sherrone Moore and what happens with Michigan's head coach.
Who's going to be the next head coach?
Right. And, Buck, I mean, there's some early rumors. I don't know if these are substantiated. This might just be hearsay at this point or wishful thinking. But in some sports books, the next head coach at Michigan is Alabama's Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah, he would look like a clown. Right? He'd look like he was running away if he did that from Alabama to Michigan.
He was linked to the Penn State job for a moment.
Yes.
Obviously didn't take that, chose to stay at Alabama, and now he's being linked to this job. He is from South Dakota, obviously a heck of a lot closer to Michigan than Alabama. He went to school up there too, and I mean, I have a hard time thinking he would leave Alabama for Michigan, but I don't know if Bama fans really love him that much. I don't think
He's kind of guy that seems like he's got a job to finish, and he's just going to be, they'll always hate him. He'll win a bunch of games. He may not win the big one, and he may win the big one. And it could be this year. There's no reason why. I mean, he's in the playoffs.
There's no reason why. Have you watched that team play?
Yeah, well, he's in the playoffs.
He is in the playoff. Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
I would just look like you're running away from something if you left Alabama to go to Michigan.
Right.
And they're going to want to know. Well, no, Michigan, they've got an interim coach anyway. They're only going to that bowl game. It's not like you need to know today. The wave of recruiting is gone anyhow.
Well, that's the thing, right? And this was sort of strategic timing by Michigan. You can call it unfair, but they've known about this for weeks now.
Oh, yeah.
They waited until the early signing period came and went before they made this move, so they didn't lose a bunch of recruits right before National Signing Day. So, look, it's easier than ever to get out of your national letter of intent, but it's a little harder to do that than to just flip a commitment before you actually put pen to paper and sign. But, yeah, I mean, Michigan, they wanted to wait until – you saw Penn State. Penn State signed 3 players because they didn't have their head coach. 3 at Penn State. So Michigan knew if they fired Sherrone Moore, 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, whatever, then their whole recruiting class would have fallen apart. They obviously kept Sherrone Moore, screws the players, but they were able to bring in a pretty good recruiting haul.
Now you wonder, get out of that deal now.
Yeah, now you wonder how many of those guys leave. I mean, every other school is going to be like a vulture just flying around Ann Arbor.
Of course.
Trying to get those freshmen, but also trying to get active players on the Wolverines roster. It's like, hey, your coach just got canned. That's a mess of a situation right there. Are you sure you want to be part of that, or do you want to come over here with us?
Yeah, they're going to be all over Michigan players. They got some offensive linemen, too.
Yeah, they do.
They always do. They always do.
They always do. And they took one from Texas in the class of 2026, a 4-star by the name of Malachi Lee. We talked about him a couple of times on this show, from Hawaii, who, we were hoping was a flip candidate to the Longhorns late in the recruiting cycle. He committed to Michigan over the summer. Texas was his runner-up school then. He honored his commitment to Michigan, ended up signing on National Signing Day. But I'm sure if he knew that this was going on, he would have reconsidered.
Of course, yeah.
So now you wonder if, if I'm Steve Sarkisian and Kyle Flood, I'm reaching out to Malachi Lee's people and at least asking the question now.
Dude, can you imagine that guy trying to get some sleep in jail last night? Oh, my God.
I can't imagine he was sleeping much. I can't imagine he will be sleeping much.
No, man.
Either. In the not too distant future. So, yeah, bizarre.
He is in a way that few people want to even attempt to do. I mean, your family, your relationships, not just relationships with people.
Oh, with his wife and kids, but also people outside of his family, right?
Oh my God! And this guy was in charge of families, coaches. I mean, on that staff, a bunch of guys that were relying on this guy to be back. Their jobs are now going to be up for grabs.
Yeah,
they don't have, unless. Well, yeah, I mean, these guys now, assistants, are having more than a couple-year contracts. They're getting like 3 years. I've never seen that before, actually. But this way, these guys are trusting in this guy not to be a shithead and doing what he was doing because their families' lives are at stake.
Yeah,
they lose a good job at an unbelievable program.
Absolutely, yeah, and they're not sure what's going to happen next to them. I mean,
no.
Odds are whoever Michigan hires next year to replace Sherrone Moore is going to want to bring in his own assistants. Will be out of work as well. So you're out on Kalen DeBoer to Michigan. You don't think there's any chance that this happens?
I don't think he's going to do that. I think he's kind of understands the pressure of Alabama right now, but he also understands that he can recruit, and he can coach. So
Right.
I think he's gonna hang in there. I don't think he's just gonna run off to Michigan.
I think he's a great coach, and that's why Alabama hired him. That's why Michigan would
Right.
probably want him. I just wonder if they lose their first-round playoff game to Oklahoma next Friday. Dude, you know how Alabama fans are.
Yeah, I mean, they'll wait it. They're going to wait this whole thing. If they want him at Michigan, they don't have any choice but to wait it out.
Right. Well, look, they're going to talk to Kellner before that playoff game.
Right.
They're going to talk to Jimmy Sexton, who is back in the news, of course, the super agent who represents all of these head coaches across college football. They're going to at least reach out and make contact right now and see, do we have a chance at this guy? And, if that's their top target.
If there's a chance, they're going to wait.
Right.
Because they have nothing to rush into. What are they? Like I said, everything's kind of done.
Yeah, signing day is done. And look, you do wonder again about guys entering the transfer portal. Obviously, the portal doesn't open up officially until January 2nd, but we're seeing guys all across.
You got to keep not only your incoming recruits, but you got to keep the guys that are there with you. Like I said, they got an offensive line that's got about 3 guys that are pretty good.
Yeah, they got a bunch of guys on that team that are pretty good. I mean, it's Michigan. They're always incredibly talented, and it's a team 2 years ago that won the national championship. So, they lost a lot from that roster, but they still have some pieces there.
Absolutely.
And, look, it's a 9-3 football ranked in the top 20 this year. They were, like Texas, 1 win away from being in the college football playoff this season. So it's a great squad. And, yeah, again, a bunch of schools are going to be trying to poach from their roster. But for Michigan, it would behoove them to work pretty quickly on this, but more importantly, obviously, bring in a big-name head coach. Yeah, who could keep the BBs in the box. And obviously, Kellner would do a lot. I think you could convince a lot of your signees and a lot of your current players, like, if you bring this guy in, hey, stick around. We got ourselves a really good head coach. Everything's going to be just fine. If you have to go down your list a little bit and this turns into a Penn State coaching search.
Oh, my God.
Then it's like, I don't think I'm going to.
Yeah, if it gets to a certain point, and there's some NFL guys that don't look like they're going to be in the playoffs pretty quickly. They may be moving on guys that are coordinators that have some NFL ties and college ties and say, let's go. We got to get this thing stabilized here in the next couple of years.
Yeah, well, the coach with the second best odds to take over at Michigan is Jesse Minter, who is the Chargers defensive coordinator, who was Michigan's defensive coordinator when they won it all on Jim Harbaugh's staff a couple of years ago. He followed Harbaugh to the NFL. He's another guy.
I may want to get away from Harbaugh guys.
Yeah, we'll see what Minter wants, though, because he's been linked to some NFL jobs, right? Like, he's done really well with the Chargers. They made the playoffs last year. They look like they're going to make the playoff again this year. So if he wants to coach in the NFL, he might be able to just stick around as a DC there for a few more months or maybe for 1 year or two and get an NFL head coaching opportunity. But if Michigan comes calling, obviously a chance to be a head coach at a blue blood program, that could be a spot for them to go. Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State, Joe Brady, another one of those NFL guys, and Jed Fish, the current head coach at Washington. Those are the top 5 in terms of Vegas odds right now.
Whew, man.
Yeah.
It's amazing stuff here.
Yeah, bomb getting dropped across college football. Sherrone Moore out.
Amazing stupidity.
Amazing stupidity right there.
I just can't believe it could be that good to put that on the line. Or it could have been a one and done or a one and uh-oh.
No, it doesn't sound like it was a one and done. It sounds like this was something that was going on for a while. So, yeah, if you're going to do something like this, got to be smarter than that. Can't get caught. But then again, you shouldn't be doing something like this in the first place. So there you go. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Obviously, crazy situation at Michigan. We'll continue to talk about how it impacts the Longhorns. And there's another player or two that I wrote down that I think Texas should be trying to get right now from Michigan. We'll get to that in a second, plus the latest with the Longhorns in terms of who's opting in and who's opting out of the upcoming Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. But before round of sponsor shout-outs.
Hello, our friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern, 4 great locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and, of course, Avery Ranch, chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and soul, made from scratch every single day. I love the pork sliders there, teriyaki glazed pork chops, Cobb salad, and all-day breakfast, folks. Plus, their happy hours from 3 to 6 each and every day. Unbelievable savings on single glasses of wine, special cocktails that they have there, and also Lonnie's Eggnog. Burger of the month, of course, is a steakhouse burger. Chef special shrimp cocktail, of course, steakhouse wedge, and the classic sundaes are available there. But folks, that all-day breakfast is absolutely delicious. It is a spot to go whether you're looking for sports events or any kind of sporting event. You can see it right there. They have all the TVs right there at the bar. Very comfortable place to be at. And as I said, happy hours there from 3 to 6 daily, each and every. Famous fried chicken. They've got it all at the league. Lonnie has a lot on the menu. How is that all about? He's got everything going. And, of course, Thursday is Prime to Wine with your prime rib dinner. Get half-price bottles of wine at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Once again, 4 locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch for the League Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, indeed. Love the league. Also love audio-visual consultations. I'm down at my parents' place in Houston, and I'm looking at an AV Consultations TV set up right now. Also in their living room, Buck, they've got a 95-incher.
Wow.
They beat you. You've got the 85. They've got the 95.
Big Daddy.
Thanks to Tom McKay and his crew at Audiovisual Consultations. Look, they don't mess around. Size matters when it comes to your TV. Just ask Sherrone Moore. Size matters. Audiovisual Consultations can hook you up with whatever you're looking for. If you want that ginormous screen, if you want the projector, they do project inches. They can do that for a home theater room. If you don't need that much, they can do a bunch of 42s, 55, 65, seriously, everything. And it's not just the TVs. They do Sonos surround sound speakers that sound great. That's going to bring everything you're watching to life. They also do whole home lighting, surveillance cameras to keep your loved ones safe and to watch for any cheating going on at your place. They do heated floors for your bathroom. I mean, seriously, anything to elevate your home. Audiovisual Consultations does it. And they've been hooking up Central Texans since 1988. You don't last that long unless you know what you're doing. AV Consultations, the best equipment, the best installation, the best service, the best people. They check every single box. Talk about a great holiday gift. Make the call to AV Consultation, 512-255-8678, or you can find out more online at avconsultations.com.
About having that big 95-inch screen right by the Christmas tree for Christmas. Ooh. Better yet, have it up on the wall all ready to go.
Come on.
Santa works in weird ways. He can get things done overnight, that's for sure. We know that. And our good friends at Sue Patrick, since 1975, an incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, themed gifts, items, books, you name it, for sure. 5222 Burnett Road. You're going to love the parking right there where you can just walk gingerly across the street, slowly, just across the lot. You don't have to cross their major highways. You don't have to worry about stoplights and stop signs. You get right there at the store and go in and say hello to Jay and the whole gang. Sue Patrick offers free shipping of items online, $59 or more. And those orders, you can pick a free curbside pickup right there at the store. Plenty of parking, as I said, at 5222 Burnett Road. And plenty of jelly cats for the holiday season, just for you, BK. Get them for your sister. Get ready for your sister. You need to give her, you haven't brought her a new jelly cat. You need to go in there. I'm going in today, as a matter of fact, over to see Jay and the gang at Sue Patrick. 5222 Burnett Road. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
I don't think you have a super young sister to give it to, so it sounds like you'll just be getting yourself a jelly cat. My
sisters are super old now.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll want the jelly cats.
Yeah, maybe they will. Listening. They can hear that whole super old joke. They got that.
Yeah, they're tired of that. Yep, shout out to Sue Patrick. Also some love to our friends at CentexTickets.com. Speaking of holiday gifts, we're all over it here. How about tickets to a sporting event, to a concert, to a Broadway show, to a festival, to a comedy show? Y'all know how much is going on around Austin this time of year, and it's not just around Austin. I'm in Houston right now. I can get Rockets tickets from Centex Tickets if I want. If you're in Dallas, you can get Mavs or Stars tickets to Centex Tickets right now. They've got you covered with everything that you need. Don't forget the promo code CENTEX10. You type that in at checkout, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase all year long from our great friends at CentexTickets.com. Player, and there's a few, but one player that came to mind for Texas, if they are trying to poach Michigan's roster following the Sherrone Moore saga from yesterday, They had a freshman wide receiver this year by the name of Andrew Marsh. He's from Katy, just outside of the Houston area.
Yep.
And in his true freshman season here in 2025, 42 catches, 641 yards, 3 touchdowns. He led the Wolverines in all 3 of those categories.
Yeah, the Aggies will be all over that dude.
6 foot, 190. Well, if they're all over that dude, then you should be all over that dude because look at what A&M brought in at wide receiver last offseason. They clearly know what they're doing when it comes to bringing in transfer receivers. And I'll say Texas also clearly knows what it's doing when it comes to bringing in transfer receivers. I mean, Steve Sarkisian has had a bunch of success finding wideouts from the portal over these last few years. And I think Emmett Mosley's going to be a really good player. I think we saw some of that this year. Didn't help that he was hurt, missed the first month of the season. Obviously, Matthew Golden and Adonai Mitchell and Silas Bolden. And the Horns have done really, really well bringing in talent from the transfer portal.
Yes, they have.
And this could be a really good get. Again, a local kid who maybe wants to come back home, maybe doesn't want to deal with what's about to unfold in Ann Arbor. That's I may be reaching out to his people to see if he's interested in a little bit of a
Uncle George. Call his Uncle George.
Call his Uncle George. Hey, Giorgio, we'll offer you an 85-inch AV Consultations TV if you.
What is it that you need?
Yeah, we'll make it happen. And I was thinking Texas was going to see him in the Citrus Bowl, and now I don't know. Like, Michigan was already going to have 4, 5, 6 players opt out because they're going pro and they just don't feel the need to play in a bowl game that's not a playoff game. But now you wonder again, do guys just opt out of this game because they intend to hit the transfer portal, and maybe you won't see some of Michigan's young stars in this game in a couple of weeks. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what I think of, BK, when I think about bowl games and stuff. When you're going and you're going to – I don't understand why those teams a lot of times won't practice against each other. I don't know if that's legal or not legal or whatever. I mean, instead of having your guys, there's times when you want to see your guys. But if you want to get a good look, you're going against really some other, other teams and not having some of your guys that may be banged up or whatever that are defensive players or, that may need a little bit more rest. They can rest, but it'd be kind of neat to be playing to practice against another team at bowl practice.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you see joint practices in NFL training camps before the year.
This seems like the great time to do it is a bowl game instead of messing around. But I think coaches want to see guys that'll be coming back the following year. They, the extra 15 days, that extra practices. That's your time to see some of those guys. Although, hell, you'll see them in the spring. You'll see them at winter workouts. How much do you need to see it, dudes,
Well, I think it's a combination of that and also travel, right? Like Michigan and Texas are not close. So who's traveling?
Everybody's coming.
Oh, you're saying like go to Orlando a week early?
Well, no. Well, if you have to go to Orlando a week early, or if you just go.
Christmas.
Well, you're going to get about 4 days of practice there. You're going to be at home, but you're going to get some days of practice in Orlando with your full team. It's not like one day and then the game comes. You get about 3 or 4 practices early in the morning. Just, hey, I don't care how you get there. Just show up when the whistle blows for calisthenics. You're in the line. Don't want to see you jumping out of a cab 10 minutes into practice with your uniform on. No. I've seen that before.
You got your Mickey Mouse ears from the night before.
I've seen guys come running out, 5 of them out of a cab onto the field with their everything with their cleats on. You wouldn't have the first couple of days. You didn't have any curfew anyway. The deal was you have to be at practice when the whistle blows. So if you're coming by boat, that boat better be docked and you better be on that practice field. And then it starts to taper down where this is where the curfew is. This is what you can do and this is what you can't do. Like I said, man, you stick your head in the huddle and you get an instant buzz from where those guys had been just a few hours before.
Yeah, you could just smell it.
Oh God, it was coming out of their pores. I mean, it was just awful.
Oh man,
it's not it's not like regular practice before during a regular season. Guys don't smell like that, but at bowl practice, dude, and you tell them that's all they have to do is get there, they're staggering on the field.
No curfew, no bed check, nothing like that.
No. You're trying to get their attention. They're hung over. They don't want you. You're screaming and yelling at them,
Just check.
You've been there as a coach, and you're stuck with your kids, your wife, and you're there with 3 or 4 kids going to the Disneyland, and you're tired, It's been a long football season. You'd much rather, be at your house in the holidays, but you're there, more players and your kids. And your kids love, and there's kids love it. My kids love being around the players.
Sure.
They'd be in the players' rooms. They'd be hanging out with them. They bring video games to the hotel that you're staying. Somebody in an arcade place brings all kinds of video games. So your kids are running around like mad, banging on doors, running up and down the halls. Players are chasing kids, coaches' kids around. It's nuts. It is a nutty scene at a bowl trip with coaches and their families and other staff members with their families. You know what I mean?
You got 100+ babysitters that week.
Oh, God. I've been to bowl games with bowl trips where they had babysitters. The hotel supplied babysitters. So when coach and his wife you'd have to go to some function, you'd drop the kids off there. And those people, when you came back, were worn out smooth. Kids and coaches. Oh, my God.
Yeah, dealing with dozens of them, too, at a time. It's got to be a mess.
Yeah, I've got great pictures of my kids when I was at Boston College hanging out with the players and, Illinois and Texas. I said my kids had the greatest times in El Paso. They knew how to do it right. The bowl people in El Paso, they took them to Rio Dosa. My kids went skiing. I mean, it was nuts. But they enjoyed it.
They took your kids to Juarez, too, for a couple of hours.
No, they did not. They didn't go to
They didn't do that?
No, They didn't get any blankets or beads or any of that kind of shit. They had a good time, though. They could go. They could go. And the bowl people, they have cars available for all the coaches and their families. And if you had a whole group like I did that day, if you needed a minivan, they had all that. Everything was secure, but, man, it's not as much. There's not as much relaxation as you think, because as a coach, your head guy is still on you about your guys, and you're always having to worry about your guys. And, man, when you started counting heads before practice and you got about an hour to go and you're going, oh, my God, he's not here yet. It's like, oh, no.
Yeah. We'll see what happens, too. And first time Texas has been out of the playoff in 3 years. So for a lot of these guys on their roster, this is their first experience in a kind of meaningless bowl game, at least less meaningful bowl game.
What do we have? Do we have guys? Do we have more guys that are opting out?
Yeah, as of now, Texas has 3 guys who are opting out. Anthony Hill is one that was made public last week. We spent a lot of time talking about that. Pretty obvious to see why Anthony Hill is foregoing this bowl game. Our guy, Ethan Burke, is not going to play in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, and you also kind of understand why. I mean, I think Ethan Burke has a very good chance to be a day 2 pick in the NFL draft. With the way he played this season, especially down the stretch this season, he's an athletic freak, man. We know he was a star lacrosse player in high school, too, so I think he's going to do really well at the Combine, and he's obviously a great young man, so I think he's going to crush it during the pre-draft interviews as well. So he's opting out.
He needs to work out. He's going to go work out.
Yeah. And Jalen Gilbo, the defensive back, the third name, who is opting out. And that one for me is a little interesting because at best, look, Jalen Gilbo's out of eligibility. It's not like he's going pro early. He was a senior this year, walked on senior night. He can't come back and play, so he's taking his talents to the league. But, I mean, at best right now, he's considered a late-round draft pick, maybe an undrafted free agent. So I get it. There's obviously risk in getting hurt, and if you get injured against Michigan, then that's going to negatively impact your draft status. But I feel like that guy could use a really good game against a quality opponent to help ensure that he's going to hear his name called.
Yeah, you got to figure out what's best for me, for them to see another film of me against players in the Big Ten, or is it best for me to take my 2 weeks and go work out and find out if I need to do this or I need to do that, get with these different trainers and working them out and getting them ready? Would that be more important? So he's weighed his options. So
yeah, and maybe with Jalen Gilbo, like he was losing snaps towards the end of the year.
Right.
So maybe he's thinking like, well,
I go to the game and I don't even play.
Bingo. Yeah, if these NFL people see me coming off the bench in like my last college game in favor of some freshmen and sophomores, then that's not a good look. So maybe that's a part of it too. I don't know. I think he probably should play. It's obviously his life, his decision to make. I think the benefits would outweigh the negatives here, but Look, Anthony Hill's an obvious one. Ethan Burke, pretty obvious one. Jalen Gilbo was the one that made me scratch my head at least a little bit.
What is it? What is it that you can do and cannot do? Can a kid that's going to be a sophomore or whatever opt out? Decide I just not. I mean, is that something you talk over with the coach and say, I don't want to play in this game. I don't want to take a chance.
Well, you do that if you're going to transfer. Like C.J. Baxter's not playing in this game because he's transferring. Right. Connor Stroh is not playing in this game.
But if you're a great player and you didn't want to be in this bowl game, you're not playing in the playoffs, and you decide I'm ready to go rest. I don't want to. I mean, can you? I mean, are you allowed to do that? Is there something illegal about that? There isn't, is there?
I don't know if it's a legality thing, but I feel like you're going to be in your coach's doghouse if you pull a stunt like that. No,
if you're a great player,
right? Like I feel like the coach wants to win. And he wants his great players out there, and he wants you to play. So I don't know. Maybe that starts to happen now in this era of college.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Everything has changed. If I'm a great defensive end or something, and I've still got eligibility, and I got to play next year, and you're just like, dude, this has been a long season. I'm tired. Right. I'm tired. I want to go home, see my family. I don't want to spend. I don't need to go to. I've seen Mickey Mouse and all that. I don't need to go play against a game that doesn't really. I mean, I just wonder if are we going to start getting.
I think they'd have to travel with the. I don't think they could opt out of the trip altogether. I think that would cause some problems. I think, look, the players have all the power now, and I think there's scenarios that could arise where a player's like a star younger player is like, I'm not going to participate in this football game.
But I'm not having any more contact.
Right. I don't know if they could get away with. You tell me. I mean, you're the coach. Like, could they get away with just not even making the trip with the team? That feels like a bad bid.
If they're not going to play in the game, if they've said I don't want to play in the game, I would think that I don't need to have them on the trip with me. I'll see them in the spring. I'd see them in the spring.
Your teammates. Like you don't even need them at practice at all. At least being around.
No, I mean if they were going to opt out of the game, I don't need them to be. I don't need.
You would tell them to leave. Like, don't even show up. You're done.
No, if you're not going to do this, there's no reason. I'll see you in the spring. I'll see you winter workouts when you get back. Go enjoy your family. If that's what you want to do, go enjoy being with your mom and dad, or if you got a sick uncle or something, just go. No, there's no reason for you to be hanging out with the guys. That's all I need. That's just one extra headache that would be.
Right. That's interesting. I wonder how Steve Sarkisian would handle that situation if it were to arise.
Well, I mean, a lot of guys just respect the coach and would do it because they want to be with their teammates. But there could be guys that are thinking, you know what, I've kind of gone to the limit here. My body wants to rest, and I want to see my family, Yeah,
I haven't heard anything about Arch Manning or Ryan Wingo or Trevor Gooseby. Like, I'm thinking about the star players who are coming back next year. I have not heard any rumors. Colin Simmons, same. Not heard anything about those guys choosing not to play.
I'm just saying. I just wonder if that's what can we start in this sport?
I think you're right. No, I think we'll get there. I'm sure it's happened around the country, and I just haven't been paying enough attention. But
I haven't seen it yet with a star player. I just wondering if they're. I'm more so wondering how the coach would handle it.
Right. Yeah. Does that have any lasting effects, or is the coach like, "Hey, you're a star player. I need you, so you can do this, and we'll see you next year." I don't know. Other Longhorns, by the way, who have not opted out and are practicing with the team, Trey Wisner. We've talked a lot about him having an NFL decision to make. He's still out there practicing right now with the intent of playing.
Sure.
On December 31st.
That dude has to play. He needs to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Trey Wisner should come back. I think you agree with me on that.
Yes.
I think you're right. I mean, it would really help if he is thinking about going to the NFL. It would help his cause if he's able to put together a really good performance against Michigan.
Sure.
So it's like your last two college games against two top 20 opponents. You go for 150 against Texas A&M and you go for 150 against Michigan.
Right.
Like, that would make up at least some of what was a really down year for Trey Wisner. Not all his fault, obviously. O-line sucked. Running back coach just got fired. But I don't think he's super high on NFL teams' radars right now.
No, but boy, a game like this could help him.
Yeah, a game against Michigan where he plays well could help him there. I agree. Jelani McDonald, another guy with an NFL decision. He's out there practicing right now. Jack Injuries is out there. The entire starting offensive line continues to practice, which includes DJ Campbell and Trevor Gooseby. Campbell obviously has to go. Trevor Gooseby's got a decision to make. And then Manny Muhammad, as of right now, is out there practicing with the team, which I find interesting. I feel like he could opt out and nobody would bat an eye. I think he's done enough to secure probably a day 2 draft pick.
Yeah, surprisingly, a lot of guys just like to play football. The more chances they get to be in a uniform and get on TV and things like that, they just want to play.
Yeah, hey, I don't fault that because it feels like less guys want to play than ever before.
Yeah, you're right.
So the fact that, Manny Muhammad's out there practicing, and obviously there's a risk for him if something bad happens.
Sure.
We know, and he knows what could happen. But he's practicing out there and, again, is intending to play in that football game. So that's good. Good for him. Wants to go out with one more win and one more strong performance.
That is good for him. That's. I never blame those guys for that decision, you know. Yeah, you can twist an ankle and not be able to get your workout in that you want to. But it's risky every time you go. It's risky every time you go practice.
Right.
You know, it's been that way. And some guys don't even think of that. Some people don't even think of the risk part of it. They just go play. They just want to get, they just want to get an opportunity to play. So there's a bunch of those guys that are probably on this football team, which is great to hear.
Yeah, I feel like it's usually the agents or the family that's like, hey, are you sure you want to?
Well, I mean, and they're looking for their well-being too. You know, it's been a long it's a long season. You know, it's a long season for a lot. I mean, not just this team, for a lot of teams. And your body starts to wear out, and then the thing about it is you don't play these games for a while. You get off your feet, your body changes, and then your body gets hit all over again. It's like, do I really want to do this?
Shit, these guys played 16 games last year. They can handle 13 this year, right? It's 3 less than what they had last season. Again, I get it. If they opt out looking for themselves, that's
and the
perfectly
practices,
fine.
I mean, and as I said, bowl practices, they're not once you get to the venue and you have 4 bowl practices, they're not like crazy. Coaches don't go crazy with the practices like they do at home on your home field. For a weekly game, they're not as intense at the Holiday Bowl or whatever. You know, it's more of a pleasure trip for a good season, or in this case, a not so good season.
Well, I guess I should clarify that Manny Muhammad has not declared for the NFL draft. Again, we're all assuming that he will at some point. Obviously, you could play in the bowl game and then declare for the NFL draft. The deadline to do that is at sometime in mid-January. But just want to clarify, he has not yet said he is going pro.
So does he have to, or does he have another?
No. Got another year.
Okay.
But I think he's gone. I mean, I think from the moment he stepped foot on campus, he was a 3-and-done player. So I would be very surprised, very pleasantly surprised, because I'd love to have Manny Muhammad back because he's one of the team All-SEC a couple of days ago. But yeah, he's I assume off to the NFL. It's just a matter of when, not if, he makes that announcement.
Yeah, I mean, as much as the wear and tear on your body, and I'm feeling it at 70, man, if I had an opportunity to come back and like if you could have a 9th year in college, you would.
You would play a football game right now at the age of 70?
No, I'm just saying back at the time, if I had a 5th or 6th year and I could come back or go to play in the pros or whatever, I'd come back. I'd be back on that campus. You're damn right I would be.
You should have done what Diego Pavia did and just sued the NCAA to get more eligibility.
I'm surprised you haven't had a lawsuit against the NCAA that you need to be back at UT. Well,
I think I have 4 years of eligibility remaining.
Oh, my goodness. No, you have not been to jail yet, Sherrone.
Do I not? I mean,
boy, is Sherrone going to be the middle of he's going to be in all the punchlines here.
Yeah, on this show, on this network, and all over the world as we continue to find out what happened.
I know people are crazy.
You find it hard to believe that a guy cheated on his wife? What do you mean you find that hard to believe?
I find it hard to believe that job didn't – your job's got to mean more. You're obviously your relationship needs more. You got 3 kids. But that job had to mean something. That guy's been working all his life to get to that point.
I mean, we saw a video a couple of years ago of Urban Meyer when he was coaching the Jacksonville Jaguars, literally feeling a girl's ass at a bar. This doesn't surprise me at all that this happens. We're guys. It's what we do.
This is what we do. We are
It's
jokes.
what we do.
We were just born dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of coaches around the country right now. I mean, shoot, Bobby Petrino. Bobby Petrino walked so Sherrone Moore could run. Now forget about what that guy did at Arkansas, or at least the first time he was at Arkansas. Like, there are a lot of coaches today, Buck, who are calling up a side piece and saying, you better not. Better not say nothing.
Hey, dudes will be dudes.
A lot of guys covering their bases today, covering their tracks, making sure that this doesn't happen to them because Division I FBS football. I'd like to think Sherrone Moore's the only one doing this.
No.
We all know better than that right there.
No.
And has anyone checked on Desmond Howard, Buck? Remember when Desmond Howard posted that video on social media like a month and a half ago about Steve Sarkisian leaving at the end of the year? Has anyone checked on Desmond Howard, the Michigan man, talking about Texas having a coaching change? Maybe you don't throw stones if you're living in a glass house. You dig? You dig?
Wow.
Des? Forgot about that.
I haven't seen him take out the trash in Miami lately.
Yeah, haven't seen him taking out the trash. Haven't seen him looking for any.
Doing his podcast with the trash cans.
Right. Tennis balls, walking by some tennis balls. Haven't seen that from Desmond Howard in a while. What's going to happen there? Any comments from Des here?
No.
That was hilarious. By the way, if you care about this thing, the Vegas line for the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl has gone up. Yesterday morning, before the Sherrone Moore news dropped, Texas was a 4.5-point favorite against Michigan. The line is currently at 6.5. So already, in the span of less than 24 hours, a 2-point swing in favor of Texas. Dude, these games are always impossible to predict.
Yeah, we'll take the Horns. There's too much confusion. There's too many distractions for Michigan. A Michigan team that wasn't that good. Too many distractions.
Right. I mean, I wonder where Texas's mindset is going to be, or what Texas's mindset is going to be, right? Are they out to prove a point to the playoff committee, like, hey, you made a mistake by leaving us out, so we're going to win by 40? Or are they going to do what, I think we saw Alabama do in their bowl game last year, where they lost to Michigan in the Citrus Bowl? And it's like, did Alabama really care? Do they want to be there, or they just checked out because they were pissed that they didn't get an invite to the playoff?
You go there. This is for your. If you decide you're going to go to this is for your team to go have a good time. This isn't a we're going to prove to anybody. We're going to go and play. We're going to do the best we can, but we want you guys to go have some fun. This is it's a, like you said, it's a long season, not as long as last year. But playing in this conference is long. There's a lot of guys been through. Go, you get enough. If you're smart, you can rest your body, but go have some fun.
What does that mean? Like, does have some fun mean you try to win the football game, or does that mean like go get drunk in Orlando?
Anytime you get on the football field, you're trying to win the game. You're not going to get your fade. That's when you get hurt. When you're out there going half speed and everybody else is going full speed because you're not quite sure you're ready to go. That's when you get hurt. Just go play the game that you're used to playing. Play hard, have some fun down there. You come back, you got a little rest, and then you got winter workouts for guys that have to come back. So it's I think bowl trips are fun trips. They get to be now. If you're playing in the Orange Bowl, when you certain bowls you play in BK, they're more intense. But you're playing in the Tangerine Holiday Bowl, the freaking down at the Alamo Dome. Go down there to have a good time.
And win by 6.5 because my cousin's going to be betting on it.
See? They're not looking.
You mean you're there to have a good time? No, you're there to win, and you're there to cover a spread.
That's what
we've got a job to do, sir. Season's still going on. Let's go. Not messing around. We're not having fun. We're here to win, and we're here to cover because that's what great teams
basketball? Nobody's throwing the games in football. We're not doing that.
Well, some of these bowl games.
If you go out there, you can get killed out there on the field. We're not about that. We're playing hard. We're going to give you the best we have.
I mean, we don't know who's playing and who's not. We don't know who cares and who doesn't. Now we don't even know what Michigan's coaching staff is going to look like.
Oh, those cheaters, we can't trust their players anyway. They already are going to be disinterested. And
they might be opting out. They might lose a bunch of players for this game. Like I said,
that
obviously changes things.
I wouldn't be surprised if the university didn't want any more of that publicity on that nationally televised game, they may be saying, let's get out of this thing if we can. Let's let somebody else go and play, and you guys go home, and we'll see you later on in winter workouts or the spring. We don't need people putting microphones in front of your face asking you about our former head coach.
So what happens to my betting ticket?
Oh, no. Sorry, Vegas. You did that. Sorry, Vegas. I don't know. You can't. Maybe you can go back and get your money back.
Does that mean I get a win if the other team forfeits and I've got Texas? Does that mean I cash out?
I don't know if it's etched in stone if it will be Michigan. I think they have the ability to put in Lehigh instead of Michigan versus Texas.
What about Notre Dame?
Oh, how cool would that be?
Do they reconsider? I know the answer to this, but that would be something if they're like, wait, we get the chance to play Texas right now. We get to show that we can actually hang against a good team. Everybody always says we never beat good teams. Now we get the opportunity to play a really good team in Texas that also just missed the playoff.
I think their AD is a chicken, and he wouldn't do that.
No, there's a 0% chance that happens. I mean, they've already released the statement. I'm sure they've already sent a lot of their kids home for the holidays.
Yes, absolutely. They're gone.
They are done. But yeah,
I thought that's a great thought, because that would have shown at least a little ballsy by Notre Dame to say, no, we'll take that spot to play Texas. We want to play them. Let's go.
Right, that'd be fun.
That's not them. They like the easy way out. Fighting Irish, you like the easy way out anyway.
And for Texas, I mean, Steve Sarkisian has talked about it. He wants to get 10 wins. Like the Longhorns are going for 3 straight 10-win seasons for the first time since 07 to 09. I mean, last year was the first time they had back-to-back 10-win seasons since 08 and 09. So 10 wins used to mean something in college football. I would argue it still does mean a little something in college football. And it'd be a nice way. I'm not sitting here telling you that this year went the way that I wanted it to, but it would be a nice way to finish the year with a bowl victory, a 10th victory. And I hope Michigan doesn't opt out, and we do get this game on December 31st.
Yeah, and then the pressure will be on Texas to win this game.
Sure.
To lose without the head coach who got fired for banging staffers, that ain't going to look good on your resume to lose to them.
Well, you know what Texas fans will do? We didn't want to be there. That's what everybody does when you lose a bowl game now.
That's right. You're in the SEC now. That's what you generally say.
Yeah, SEC does it. I think everybody kind of does it now. If your team loses a bowl game, we didn't care. Didn't make the playoff. Meaningless. Didn't matter. So that's what fans will be doing. They might not say that now, but that's what they'll be doing if Texas somehow loses to Michigan in a few weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Go to text line, 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats rocking and rolling as well. Continuing to react to the Sherrone Moore news out of Ann Arbor. How does that impact Texas and the upcoming Cheez-It Citrus Bowl? Where does Michigan go from here? What happens to Bryce Underwood? All sorts of questions stemming from the wildness.
And Michigan has to get it right. Now that they've got this guy for cause, because there's going to be all kinds of rumors about what's going on. I mean, he could have 3 people involved. Could be 3 staffers. I mean, it's maybe just one that they know about, something that, I mean, if you're in jail, if you spent the night in jail and obviously may have tried to assault somebody, you're good. That's Michigan needs, they got it. Every lawyer that ever graduated is on this one. What do we do? How do we spin this? Is this just a guy who's cheating on his wife, or did this guy assault somebody too? I mean, this is nuts.
It is, yeah, and I haven't seen like a true legitimate update since last night. Obviously, everyone on Twitter has an opinion on this, and there are all sorts of rumors going around. But last we really heard was that, Sherrone Moore's in custody up in Michigan. So, again, it feels like we're just scratching the surface with this one. We'll learn a lot more today, this week, next week, whatever. But Michigan needs a new football coach. They didn't have to pay Sherrone Moore's buyout. Now, for Michigan, I think the buyout was $13 million, which they would have paid that if they had to. But that's $13 million more that they can spend on a new coach, trying to keep their players here, all of those things. Obviously, promising the new coach that, hey, we're going to invest this extra money into NIL, so you've got a roster that can help you compete immediately. All of those things. But
And
yeah,
this is not a job that somebody is going to say, no, I don't want that Michigan job. This is a job that people are going to go, I want it now, you know.
I mean, Buck, we're talking about the head coach at Alabama potentially taking this job.
I know, that is incredible to me.
Which, yeah, it's
But
out
see,
there.
I think Kalen DeBoer, his name pops up at places, but I don't even know. I don't think he starts everything. I just think that people take it for granted that he's just the number one candidate.
Right.
It'd be like Nick Saban. Like when Nick Saban, there's all these jobs, but yeah, he would be the number one candidate, Nick Saban.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think everybody kind of felt like Kalen DeBoer, I don't want to say odd fit, but it was a unique fit, a different part of the country than he's ever coached before, didn't have ties to the South. And on top of that, he's the guy replacing the greatest college football coach of all time. I just wonder, I don't think Alabama would fire Kalen DeBoer after this season, even if they do lose their first playoff game. I wonder if Bama, though, does lose to Oklahoma, and Kalen DeBoer just like is going around Tuscaloosa and people are telling him he sucks, and he's logging online and searching his name and people think he sucks and whatever. Does he want to deal with that? Or is he like, dude, screw you guys. Y'all think I'm a bum. All right, how about this? I'm out. And it's not like he'd be going to Washington. He'd be going to Michigan, a blue blood job, which obviously the expectations there are high too, but I think their fans are a little more rational than Alabama fans.
Yeah, because they're used to cheating and everything else there in Michigan. So if they had just a regular old coach that wasn't doing anything, there wouldn't be enough excitement for them in Michigan and Ann Arbor.
Oh, they got to hire a cheater. Is that what you're saying?
They got to hire on and off the field. They've got to hire. Their last couple picks have been, they did win a national championship. Let's not forget that.
Yeah. Harbaugh was a great coach. That was a great hire for them. Took him a while. Obviously, he needed some help from some sign stealing to get it done, but he got it done. But you're right. The other hires they've made, Sherrone Moore, not good. Brady Hoke, Rich Rodriguez.
Wow.
Who am I? I'm forgetting somebody who also sucked up there. A very forgettable name.
Rich Rod would love that.
Yeah, or Rich Rod back at West Virginia. Yeah. You think Michigan goes back to that well again?
Oh, my goodness.
I think not. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We'll dive back into this, obviously. More on the announcement from yesterday from the University of Texas, a new volleyball arena coming to the 40 acres.
Awesome.
We've got some NFL storylines to get into, and Ohio Man is in the news today. But before we get to anything else, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, as the weather starts to change, which it will a little bit next week, these mornings have been cool, and hopefully your heater's working properly. I can say that mine is. Thank you to the folks at Woods Comfort Systems because they have been here twice during the course of the year. As a matter of fact, they're going to come again here in 2 weeks. Just before Christmas, they're going to come and make sure that if there is a cold snap that starts to show up late December or January, that everything is all prepared and cleaned out and ready to go. They do that for me twice a year, whether it's the air conditioning system or the heating system. But folks, they also do plumbing. Trust in them with your plumbing system if anything goes wrong for sure. Close to 70 years in Central Texas. Woods Comfort Systems, nobody does it better.
No, they do not. WoodsComfortSystems.com. Give them a call, 512-842-5066. Now a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
And of course, Hat Creek Burger Company. Love the Hat Creek Burger Company. I'm back into the ice cream, so I can have a milkshake at Hat Creek Burger and a double with cheese. I'm going to try those sweet potato fries, give it one more shot. I've been trying to do the sweet potato fry thing. I like sweet potatoes, but I don't like the fry, but I'm going to give it a shot. I'll let you know I'm going to try that out. They also have a great chicken sandwich at Hat Creek Burger if you're interested, in chicken. They also have cocktails at night in the evening. Get yourself a margarita, mom and dad, while the kids are on the playscape. Most of them have playscapes, and there are a number of Hat Creek Burger Company locations that do serve breakfast starting at 7 a.m. Love the folks at Hat Creek Burger.
Absolutely. Love Hat Creek Burger Company and also love OLIPOP. Talk about
Yes.
washing down a Hat Creek burger with some OLIPOP. That's a great combination right there. Love the OLIPOP. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Y'all see us drink OLIPOP on the show all the time. You see Rodney drinking OLIPOP. You see Chip drinking OLIPOP in the afternoon. We love it. I'm a convert. I don't drink soda anymore, at least old soda anymore. I've made the switch to OLIPOP because, well, it tastes like soda, but it's got ingredients that support good digestive health. So in the past, you drink soda, it tastes good, you know it's horrible for you. Now you get the same great taste that you've always loved, but you actually get health benefits as well. OLIPOP, they deserve a Nobel Peace Prize for this, man. They found a way to make something taste good that's actually good for you. A lot of folks have tried, a lot have failed. OLIPOP has it down to a science. Pick it up wherever you buy your groceries. Seriously, H-E-B, Costco, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods. They're at Starbucks now. This stuff is all over the place with damn good reason. Next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Agreed.
All right, real quick, big announcement yesterday from the University of Texas, Buck. They released a press statement, and they issued a request for proposal in search of private developers to plan, construct, and operate an arena set to house the Longhorns women's volleyball team, and also an adjacent student-athlete housing facility. So the Texas volleyball team getting some new digs. They've, of course, played at Gregory Gym forever. It's a historic build-down for a long, long time, but now upgrades are coming. Obviously, all sorts of facilities and arena and stadium upgrades have been coming to a number of different Longhorns athletic programs over the years. And now volleyball, which has won 3 national championships since 2012 and 2 in the last 3 years, they are finally getting a new arena. It's going to be in the far southeastern corner of the Texas campus, adjacent to the Moody Center, so right by there. And it is set to seat nearly 6,000 fans, which is a 50% increase over Gregory Gym.
Well, that's awesome. That's awesome for the young ladies. It's great for coach, and it's great for university. That's good stuff right there. I know you'll miss Gregory Gym because that's where you used to go over there and just ball out with the little Asian kids, you know, the short guys, and dunk over them and do stuff. You know, you're going to miss that. You're going to miss that gym.
That is very kind of you to say that I could dunk over anybody. I really appreciate that. I was definitely hooping against a lot of Asian kids, but I can promise you I was not dunking on any Asians, any whites.
They were going between their legs and you know, playing Globetrotter. You were like the Washington Generals and the Globetrotters. You couldn't keep up to them.
Yeah, a lot of them were better than me. None of them were dunking on me either. I wouldn't
That's all
play
right.
on the,
Okay, that's good.
I wouldn't play on the courts with the dunkers. I would try to avoid those games.
You know the courts, which ones to go to, right?
Yeah, well, I would always look, right? There wasn't like a permanent court, like here's where the studs play and here's where the jabronis play. I would just always walk around. They had a bunch of different courts there, and I would just scope out, okay, where am I not going to look like a total idiot? And then, oh, yep, I got next on this court.
Yeah, I was running at Boston College, but when I went to school, I played on the freshman basketball team.
Really?
At BC, yeah, they had a freshman team.
I don't think I ever knew that. So you played football and basketball your freshman year?
Yes, football and basketball, and then I played. When I was a freshman, I played on the football team, the freshman football team, and at BC we're playing teams like Brown. You know, we're playing Ivy League school, other freshmen, because you had a freshman football team at that time.
Yeah. Interesting. So you freshman football and freshman basketball, and then you just stuck with football and moved up to varsity?
I moved the following year, yes.
Okay. There's no JV, was there?
No, there was no JV. There was a freshman team. You had freshman football teams back then.
I like that. All right. I did not know that about you.
And as a freshman on the freshman football team, I was a running back. I didn't play wide receiver when I came to school at BC.
Did you
I was about a 100-pound runner.
Did you play?
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Like starting running back on the team?
Yes. Oh, yeah. That was fun.
I like that. What about basketball? Did you play basketball?
I did.
Like, did you start?
Yes. I was a starter on the basketball team, yeah.
Nice. All right. We got to get a one-on-one game with you and Zay.
Oh, my roommate, Bob Watts from Brooklyn, was awesome. He went to prep school in Vermont. He went to the Vermont Academy, and that dude could play some hoops now. Now, his screws were a little loose, but that's okay.
Oh, man. Did he play varsity for all 4 years at BC?
Yeah, he did.
Or I guess after his freshman year, he moved up to varsity and
Oh
continued
yeah,
to play?
he was a big old guy, 6'3", ran like 4'4", 4'5", played tight end. He had hands. He was all thumbs.
Like Ryan Wingo?
Yeah, but once he got it, it was like Wingo. Once he got it in his hands, look out. He wasn't going to let you tackle. He wasn't going to let you tackle him. That's for sure.
That is great. So you were like Jonah Williams before Jonah Williams, 2-star.
I wasn't a star. I played. I wasn't a star. I was good running back in football.
There you go.
I was kind of thinking, is that going to be it? But I was never going to get out of at that time, I was bulked up at 160, but I was never going to get any further. I was never going to be 175, 85. But so they have running backs at 170 then, 175.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Nowadays, like Trey Wisner is considered light, and he's like 195.
Yeah, 205. Those guys are like small now.
Yeah, it's insane. All right,
Plus,
I like that.
Plus, my sophomore year, I couldn't run the mile in the right time, so I spent all my mornings in two-a-day practices having to get up with my coach and go timed mile. There was a certain time you had to be in at the mile. I could never do it. I couldn't distance run to save my life, but that was your punishment. You had to do that thing. It took me about 6 days to make the time.
What'd you have to get?
I don't know if it was like 7 or 8 minutes or something, some ridiculous, easy number that anybody that ever ran could make as a 19-year-old or 18-year-old should be able to do. I didn't dig distance at all.
How long? 1 mile?
Yeah, 1 mile, just a mile run.
An 8-minute mile? You couldn't do an 8-minute mile?
Dude, it may have been a little bit less than that. I know it wasn't a 6-minute mile for sure.
I was like, I'm not athletic at all, and I've never run in my life, but I could get you an 8-minute mile.
No, I couldn't. I couldn't do distance. I didn't have the breathing or whatever. Plus my short little legs, my little 5'9" legs.
Oh man. All right, well, there you go. I don't even know how we got there. Here's a picture, by the way, of the rendering of the new volleyball arena.
Wow.
A giant Longhorn on top, which is sick. You're going to be driving down 35, getting to see that. You're going to be flying over the city of Austin, and you get to see that looking out your airplane window. It's pretty badass right there.
Is it only volleyball only, this whole facility?
It's a multi-purpose arena, and they do have plans to host events besides volleyball games. But again, most of the concerts, obviously basketball, that's going to remain at Moody Center, just right across
I would think
the
maybe
street.
some high school volleyball championships, because volleyball is getting pretty big just in this area too, with Lake Travis, Westlake, Dripping. I mean, there's some really good volleyball teams that maybe the state championships there.
Yeah, that's a good call. Maybe some smaller comedy shows, Broadway shows, things like that couldn't fill up Moody Center, but maybe are too big for some of the other smaller venues around town. I don't know. And, what's interesting to note about these and why these are different, this being the new volleyball arena and Moody Center, Texas doesn't own Moody Center. That's owned by the Oakview Group. Texas only gets a certain allotment of days each year. Days are primarily used for basketball games, men's and women's games, and graduations. It sounds like Texas wants ownership of this volleyball venue, so that's going to give them the ability to host more UT-adjacent events where they kind of have to ask for permission because they only have a certain number of days they're allowed to use the Mood every year. So this one,
awesome.
I think,
that looks beautiful.
Full Texas. Yeah, really like this. And, again, they're also building an adjacent student housing facility as well, which I assume will be used not only for the volleyball team but for some other Texas student athletes.
Sure.
Do a little screen share for what that thing looks like. For those of you who are tuned in on YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, that's pretty nice. Yeah, it's good, man. I mean, volleyball's been one of the most successful programs we've had on campus over the last few years. They deserve it. And, again, everybody else, obviously Texas with the South End Zone, they're getting a new practice facility. The basketball teams got hooked up. You're seeing, Texas tennis got hooked up recently, seeing new practice facilities for baseball. Here's a rendering of the inside of what the arena is going to look like, too.
Boy, that's cool looking.
So there you go. There's your big news from Chris Del Conte yesterday.
I see Jay's. There's Jay's seat right there.
There's Jay Willems. Where's he
Yeah,
sitting? Front
Jay
row,
Williams,
courtside?
Yeah, there's him at courtside. There's his seat. His seats, excuse me, because he's got numerous seats.
Right. Yeah, and he sells some of those seats, I think, and cashes in. Good move. As you should. Now, Jay, one of the biggest Texas volleyball fans out there. And, hey, Texas volleyball tomorrow at noon, Buck. I don't know. Like this must be a TV bit. Feels kind of ridiculous that Texas has to play at noon on a Friday. I'm sure it'll still be a sellout at Gregory Gym, but feels like it should be a little bit later in the day. But tomorrow, the Longhorns taking on Indiana in the Sweet 16 of the NCAA volleyball tournament. Obviously, if they win, they will move on to the Elite Eight. But Texas in the Sweet 16 for the 20th consecutive year.
Yeah, they'll be hosting a lot of those kind of events in that place after it's built. When is it scheduled to? When are they scheduled to start? They haven't said.
They haven't announced it yet. No, they're looking for private developers to build it. So they haven't even found somebody yet. They basically put a feeler out like, hey, if you want to be associated with the University of Texas and you want to be a part of this really cool project, then here we go. We'd love to have you. Make your pitch.
Here's the deal that we're going to cut with you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, make your pitch. I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of firms around the city, around the state, around the country who are like, oh shit, let me get in on this. And then Texas will have their pick of the litter to decide who they want to go with. I'm far from an expert on that, but I think that's how situations like this go down. So there you go. Cool stuff there for the University of Texas. All right. A little NFL conversation here, Buck.
Okay.
Talked about this yesterday. Phillip Rivers is back with the Indianapolis Colts. So good, man. Such a great story. The Colts playing the Seahawks Sunday afternoon at 3:25. Shane Steichen.
Oh, my God, Phil.
I know. So here's interesting. Okay, well, we'll bring in a Longhorn tie here.
Okay.
Multiple people have reported that the Indianapolis Colts were interested in bringing Sam Ehlinger back. Of course, Ehlinger was drafted by the Colts, spent the first 4 years of his career in Indianapolis. He is now with the Denver Broncos. He is on their practice squad. So because he's on the practice squad, you can get signed by another team and you can go. It's not a trade. We're past the trade deadline, so the Colts obviously can't make a trade. But if they want to bring in somebody from a practice squad, they have the ability to do that. And apparently they reached out to Sam Ehlinger and inquired about him going back to Indianapolis, and Sam Ehlinger turned it down.
Huh.
So they wanted both Phillip Rivers and Sam Ehlinger. That was the Colts' best case scenario. Obviously, Daniel Jones is out. Anthony Richardson's out. Riley Leonard's dealing with an injury right now, so they are incredibly shorthanded in their quarterback room. So they wanted a couple of different options, and you understand why. And Phillip Rivers was obviously the guy who made most of the headlines. But, yeah, multiple folks have reported that Sam Ehlinger turned it down to stay in Denver.
Huh.
What do you think? What do you think? Besides, any other thoughts?
No, I mean, he would get an opportunity to be playing.
That's the thing, right?
Yeah, they've got a young quarterback in Denver. That dude ain't going anywhere anytime soon.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Sam Ehlinger's on the practice squad. He's not on the active roster on Sundays for the Broncos.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be playing with the Colts.
Right. I think so. I mean, maybe Phillip Rivers would start over him, but how long would Phillip Rivers last before he got hurt?
Does he have a practice squad contract in Denver? It says, we got to have you. We got to have you. Here's how much we're going to pay you. Don't even think about going somewhere else.
Right, and he was on the Broncos active roster at the beginning of the year, so I think he's making over $1 million this year.
Right.
So he's got nice money coming in, but I don't think he would lose that money if he went and signed on with another NFL team.
No, they're going to pay you $1 million if you become a starter. You're going to get some money.
So he's choosing to stick around to hang out with Sean Payton, and Davis Webb is the quarterback's coach there. I mean, That's an interesting move right there. Obviously, it's Sam Ehlinger's choice. It's his life. It's a decision that he can make. Maybe he just wants to be a clipboard holder for the rest of his life. I figured, oh, my God, I have an opportunity.
Denver. Maybe he likes Denver.
Hey, I'd rather live in Denver than live in Indianapolis. And I guess Sam Ehlinger, he might be thinking, dude, I got a chance to win a Super Bowl ring if I stay in Denver because the Broncos are one of the best teams in football right now.
Yeah, but you go to play the games. You don't go to be
exactly.
Yeah.
Like I just if this is I don't know how many opportunities Sam Ehlinger's ever going to get to be a
He's not going to get many more
in the NFL, and this was kind of a golden opportunity presented right in front of him in a place that he's already been. He spent 4 years in Indianapolis, and so he knows the lay of the land. He knows that franchise. He knows a lot of guys on that team.
You're right.
He
He still knows the system, and he knows the people there.
He knows Shane Steichen. So I don't know how everything unfolded in Indianapolis, but I was a little surprised when I found that out yesterday that Ehlinger turned down that chance.
Yeah, well, you don't know. I mean, it may not have been pleasant for him there for 4 years either.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's his choice, his life. He could do what he wants. I assume most of these
I
guys.
wouldn't want to sit at Denver Bronco games if I was still actively wanting to be a quarterback in the NFL and I had an opportunity to go show somebody something. I would probably say, yeah, I mean, it's not, I'll just go get an apartment. Let's go play out the season, see how it unfolds.
Yep. I assume most of those guys want to play, but
or Denver says to them, don't do it.
Or else what? We'll keep you on the practice squad?
No, we'll find another practice squad guys. I mean, people throw ultimatums at you. It's like,
yeah, of course. But you don't stay on a practice squad with the intent of being on a practice squad for the rest of your life.
No.
Like you keep doing that for the chance to go play.
Yeah, and
like that's why you keep working. That's why you keep practicing every day. Is like I want my opportunity to play.
Well, that's how I feel. I'm just saying some people, they start telling you, no, we don't want you to leave our deal to go do that. You know, you won't be welcome back. We can always go find a practice squad quarterback somewhere. Yeah. You know, if you think that little of us, we've taken you in, you know, from there, but you go back. But like you said, he knows that place. Unless there was just bad vibes there, that'd seem like the easiest place to go back to.
Well, maybe he knows it, and that's why he's not going back. So we'll see if we get more information on that. Breaking Texas football news, another portal entrant, Derek Williams Jr., the safety, is reportedly entering the portal. Spent 3 years in Texas.
Maybe he's a lot healthier than we thought. He just wasn't playing.
I mean, he was not very good when he played this season. And, you know, like C.J. Baxter, a guy who dealt with a season-ending injury in 2024. Yep. Now, Williams played for the first month of the year. He got hurt in the Oklahoma game last season. He was playing really, really well, too, before he went down with his knee injury, got hurt, missed the remainder of 2024, came back in 2025, lost his starting spot, played some, got some snaps, but not a ton. But when he was out there, he was not very good. So you understand. I mean, I felt like Texas, he'd kind of gotten Wally pipped a little bit at Texas. Felt like the Longhorns had maybe moved on, and I don't know if there was a clear path for playing time for Derek Williams Jr.
Yeah, it just never seemed like he had ever come totally back.
No.
And for him, he wants to go somewhere where they're going to say, yeah, you're going to be our starter. As soon as you get here, you're the guy.
75 tackles, 1 forced fumble, 1 his 3-year career at Texas. It was a big recruiting get for the Longhorns out of the state of Louisiana.
Yes, he was.
A few years ago. Played a lot as a true freshman. One of the bright spots on what was a very bad Texas secondary in 2023. And again, got off to a great start last year. I think he had an interception in the Michigan game, had a forced fumble in the Oklahoma game before he got hurt. So was making some big plays and some big games early on. And,
maybe Lane Kiffin has got to him.
You think maybe he's going to LSU?
I mean, yeah, maybe if he's good enough to be on that level, why not? Or he'll be at Louisiana Monroe.
There it is. I figured you'd be going there with where you're trying to send C.J. Baxter after his injury. I figured you'd be sending Derek Williams.
This dude at his position is way better than C.J. Baxter at his position right now. Even banged up.
I don't know, man. He was he had to play a lot in the Mississippi State game because Michael Taft was hurt and Jelani McDonald got ejected. Or no, he got hurt early on in that game too with the concussion. He wasn't ejected, sorry. And he had a rough go. And the big punt return that Casey Concepcion had in the Lone Star Showdown that set A&M up for a touchdown, Derek Williams missed the tackle. He had a chance to bring KCC down right after he caught the punt. He missed the tackle that allowed it to turn into that massive return. So there's just a couple of plays that come to mind where it's like, damn, this guy's clearly not the same guy right now.
Right.
And that's a bummer because, again, he showed you a lot early on in his career. It's a very similar conversation to C.J. Baxter, right? Like you said, it's a perfect comp. Those guys showed you a lot. They got hurt. They came back. They weren't the same. It's understandable. You wish them the best, but they're just Texas. It's Texas. You recruit new guys all the time.
Sure.
You bring in guys from the portal all the time, and we don't really have time to see if you're going to become the player you were before.
Absolutely.
We got to go win.
That's the thing with college football right now, and at a place like Texas, you don't have 2 and 3 years to wait. You know, you get players sometimes develop in their junior year. Well, nobody's waiting for anybody to their junior year anymore.
Right.
They're either going to send you. They're going to send you packing, or you're going to want to go packing yourself where you can go play. Because you think you're developed once you even get here, but now, if it takes you that long to develop, you won't be around.
Excuse me, Buck. Yeah, it takes two to tango, right? Some guys, they're like, oh, I don't want to sit and develop anymore when I can go somewhere else and get some actual playing time.
Right.
And, again, these exit interviews, they're going on right now at Texas. And I'm sure the Texas coaches are saying, like, yeah, if you're looking for opportunities to see the field, those best opportunities might be elsewhere.
Yes.
And it's a little different this year, I would think, because, again, the scholarship increased from 85 to 105. This is the only time that this will ever happen, where you're making that jump. Obviously, the 105 will stay permanent, but this is the one time where it's like, okay, you've got more pieces to work with, so maybe you could tell your guys, hey, we don't need you to leave because we have space. We could keep you on our squad, and we could still bring in the players we need in the portal to fill up this roster. But, again, it takes two to tango here, so the players might be like, well, you're telling me that. That means I'm not playing. I don't want to be the fifth or sixth string guy. I'd rather go to a slightly worse school and get an opportunity to see the field.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's tough sailing right now. And if you're the player and you get injured, man, oh, man. And, you know, we don't have a lot of these injuries, guys dislocated a finger. Some of these injuries are these lower leg injuries, these soft tissue injuries, and they don't come back. What do you do? Dude, if you're not back in a year or so, it's tough to come back from those kind of injuries. Those are hard, especially the knee injuries.
Definitely. So Derek Williams Jr. in the portal. Another name also just reportedly entered the portal. We'll get to that in a second, and the NFL stories as well. But obviously some breaking Texas football news unfolding here in real time. Before we dive back in, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our friends at Relax the Back embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. I'm sitting in my nice Relax the Back chair as we speak, and there's all kinds of great accessories, select massage chairs, Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillows, human scale office chairs, desk. As I said, if you have somebody that's really struggling with shoulder, neck, back pain, lumbar area, hips, please go to our friends over at Relax the Back. They will find something that's going to fit just what's going on with you. It really is. The accessories they have are numerous over there. They've got pads for your car. They've got, even if you have a favorite chair at your house, they've got padding that will fit and plug in and help you feel good. There's no reason to go through this holiday season with back pain or shoulder or neck pain. Go to Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. I'm sitting in my parents' Relax the Back chair right now.
Hear it.
It's about to be on. Let's see
Is
here. Zero gravity. Reclining massage chair. I'm afraid to recline. I'm gonna adjust. Oh, see, I'm already moving the camera, so I can't do that. But let me turn on this little massager right now. I'm gonna do the rest of the show with the massager going on right now.
Very
Got the
nice.
remote in hand. The zero gravity massage chair from Relax the Back. This thing, that's my favorite spot.
Glad it's family because I don't see a condom on that little remote control.
Yeah, I hope to not see any condoms in my parents' place. Thanks for putting that thought in my head, sir. Much appreciated.
For the control.
You're talking about a remote condom.
Yes, a remote condom. Yeah, that's what you need to.
This thing's clean.
You're trusting everybody at the house, yes.
I'm trusting my mother, who is like the cleanest person I know. So, yeah, this is clean. And, man, this is the favorite chair in this house. My mom sleeps here all the time. Like, She'll be mad at my dad. Screw that. I'm out. I'm going away from the bed. I'm coming to this relax the back chair, and I am passing out. This thing is awesome. And look, my mom commenting, this thing's heated as well. Badass. Oh, yeah. Relax. If you talk about a holiday gift, get you one of these. You could say it's for your wife or your husband. Yeah, you're going to use
it.
You're going to use it too.
Yes.
That's all you need. Love Relax the Bag. Also love Humbug Holiday Lighting. 'Tis the season, boys and girls. We're getting close to Christmas, getting close to Hanukkah. If you want those lights up, call our friends at Humbug Holiday Lighting. You don't want to do it yourself. You don't want to be getting up on top of ladders. You'd rather be, enjoying the nice fall weather that we're having in Central Texas right now. You'd rather be spending time with your loved ones. You'd rather be hanging out outside, grilling out, just chilling, watching sports, all of those things. That's why Humbug Holiday Lighting is the absolute best. They will take care of everything for you. Custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, storage, literally everything from start to finish right now through the holiday season. And then again, after the new year, they will come to your place. They'll take everything down. They will store it for you. So you don't have to worry about finding space in your attic or in the garage or anywhere like that to store the lights. They take care of everything. All the magic without the hassle. That is their slogan. That's what they're all about. And right now they're offering a 20% discount. I think this deal ends at the end of this week. 20% off. All you got to do is go to humbuglights.com and enter the promo code TSU20, or you can give them a call at 833-4HUMBUG and mention that promo code as well. Or you can also shoot them a text at 512-222-1820. Schedule your free design consultation, and again, take advantage of the 20% off installation with Humbug Holiday Lighting.
Sweet.
Oh, man, I'm very comfortable right now here. Also, a shout-out to McCall Custom Homes. Speaking of upgrades you can make to your home, McCall Custom Homes, custom home builders and renovators in Central Texas. They've been doing it for 40 years. So if you want to renovate a bathroom, remodel a kitchen, add some new life to your outdoor space, McCall Custom Homes, they can take care of you because they've been doing this here in Central Texas for 40 years. It's a father-son team with tons of experience, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. Don't just take our word for it. They're A+ rated by the BBB, tons of 5-star reviews online. They are the absolute best, and they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. All you have to do is reach out to them, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com.
Sweet.
All right, the other bit of breaking transfer portal news, redshirt freshman cornerback Wardell Mack has entered the portal. 8 career tackles in 2 years on the 40 acres. And this one hurts, right? Like, we're talking about Derek Williams Jr. Again, didn't feel like there was an obvious path to playing time for him, and it kind of felt like since the injury he was on the decline. Wardell Mack was on the rise. And, you're looking at what Texas secondary projects to look like next year. Michael Taft is gone.
Yes.
You think Manny Muhammad is going to declare and also be gone. We'll see what happens with Jelani McDonald. But at minimum, you're losing a couple of pieces, and you're likely losing your number 1 cornerback with Manny Muhammad going pro. And Jalen Gilbo's also gone too. Wardell Mack had a really good opportunity to play next season. And I'm not just talking about play. He had an opportunity to start next season. Grayson Littleton was the Longhorn starter, that nickel corner spot.
Yep.
There's been some talk about him maybe moving to the outside to be the outside corner opposite of Cade Phillips. If that happened, there was a belief that Wardell Mack was going to have a serious opportunity to be this team's starting star in 2026. Because he was Littleton's backup this year, second on the depth chart. And if Littleton's changing positions, again, obviously it felt like it would have opened the door for Mack to get some starting reps.
Yep.
Now he's gone.
Like.
Now he's gone. So it's a big loss right there.
He's going to some place where he's going to play for sure.
Well, again, I felt like he had an opportunity there. Maybe this one comes down to NIL. But Texas has lost a lot in the secondary today. Both of those guys, by the way, from Louisiana, which I don't love because I always love recruiting Louisiana. And, obviously the coaches are a big part of that, but it helps to have some guys on your active roster who can convince some
others. You're right.
Others to come to your school. Texas still has Arch Manning and a few others, so it's not like they're completely out of the Bayou State right now. But, that one, a of the guys who have left, I think, for Texas, and I think now they're at 10 or 11 players who have entered the portal. If you include Jarrett Gibson and Will Stone, who departed midseason, I think Wardell Mack is the one that might have the greatest impact for Texas in 2026.
Yeah, that's a player that they needed to stay.
It would have been nice to keep him around. So we'll keep you posted on any other portal news that drops during the show. Obviously, that's 2 that have happened since we started at 7 o'clock.
Wow.
All right, where do you want to go next, Buck? What's on your mind this morning?
Ohio man.
You want to get to this Ohio man story?
Yeah, it's Ohio man. Is he out of control?
Well, he made a mistake, Buck.
We all make mistakes.
We all make mistakes. We're all like Sherrone Moore. We all make mistakes.
We're not all like Sherrone Moore. And
know
his
if all-
mistake, but we make mistakes. Yes.
You're saying all mistakes are not created equal?
No, they're not.
All right, let's pull up a picture here. You seeing this on your screen?
I do.
All right, so this is
Yeah.
the Ohio man in question here. He
Very
was
similar
arrested.
to Florida man. Very similar to Florida man, but no hat.
Okay. Oh, that's the difference. He's just not wearing a hat. Otherwise, everything
Yeah,
else
Florida man
is
always has
exactly
a
the
cap.
same.
Yeah, everything else is.
Florida man. Do they let you wear a cap in a mugshot?
I don't think they do. I don't think you're allowed to.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
It's not like
Florida
I've
man
had a
you're
lot of
referencing there.
mugshots in my life.
No, but you've seen a lot because you've been on this show for a while. That's
No, they
what
don't
we
let you
do
wear a
here.
cap.
This guy looks sad. Doesn't he look sad? Doesn't he look upset that he got himself in this situation? Maybe some tears in his eyes.
Yeah, he's feeling sorry. Looks like he feels sorry for himself right now.
So what did this guy do? Well, Buck, you've been to a bank before,
Yes.
and I assume you've been to one of those drive-through banks, right, where they've got the machine that you put cash in, you put a check in, and you shoot
Put
it
your
up
card
the
in to
tube.
get money out. Yes.
Yeah, no, not the ATM machine. This is like the teller machine where you stay in your car, and they've got that tube, and you'll put something in the tube that shoots up and then goes inside the building where the bank teller is. You know what I'm talking about?
It was only a couple of years. I haven't seen a tube in a while.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I do Bank of America or Bank of China, as I call it. But I haven't been to a tube when they don't have enough bank workers anymore. So there's a lot of banks that don't even have that. You have to come in the bank now.
Okay, but there are people working in there, right? You just have to
Yeah.
walk up to the teller sitting at the
there's
desk.
like three people working in there with
Okay.
1,000 customers in a line. Yes.
Yeah, some places have that. I mean, I'm a UFCU guy. Shout out to them. I'm trying to get
There
them
you
on
go.
as a sponsor for a while now, so maybe not shout out to them. But, yeah, the branch that I go to has that old-style system where you
Sweet.
put in a check, you put in cash, whatever, you shoot it up the tube, and there you go. Well, okay, the point is you know how that works. I think most
Yes.
people know how that system works. It's been around long enough. Well, this Ohio man was arrested because he sent a bag of crystal meth through the tube at the drive-thru.
Oh my God! How high was he?
It doesn't quite say that in the article. It says it was a mistake by this man, that he
Yeah, I'm
didn't
pretty sure it
intentionally
was.
do this, which it would have been more hilarious if he actually tried to do this. He's like, hey, I got a little something for you. How about this for some cash? What do you think? Now, my account doesn't have anything, but I'll send you what's in this tube, and then you send me back a few Franklins, and we'll call it even, huh? That could have happened. Doesn't sound like that's what happened. This is 46-year-old Jason Smith. Talk about an obvious name. He was arrested on December 3rd after a swift investigation into an unexpected deposit he made at a bank in Woodsfield, Ohio, came to life. He unknowingly deposited a baggie containing a crystal consistent with methamphetamine into the air tube during a simple transaction at the drive-through bank.
That's quite the mistake there, Ohio guy.
And he didn't realize it either. It's not one of those things where I sent this, hey, accidentally sent something in there. It's an item for my daughter. Can you just send it back here, please, with everything else? I feel like if he did away with it, because, like, I don't know, if I'm a bank teller, I'm like, all right, shit, yeah, here you go. You can have this back. I don't want this. Went home, and then that's when I think the bank workers were like,
No, that's when his wife said, "Hey, where's my meth at? You
Could've been that.
dumbass. Where's my meth?"
I don't think, yeah. You think she called the cops and turned him in?
No, she called. She said to him, "Where's the meth?" And that's when he goes, "Oh no,
Yeah,
it's
maybe.
honey, it's in the bank." Yeah, sure, it's in the bank. It's in your nose.
It's in the bank, and I'm about to be in the tank.
Yes.
That's what happened there. Yeah, he drove away from the bank without ever realizing his snafu, and an employee at the bank flagged the bizarre deposit. Officials with the Ohio police tracked down this guy 200 miles outside of the bank, which is pretty fishy that this guy drove to this bank 200 miles away. Makes you think that he was probably getting involved in some other things too. When they went to his place, they brought a canine to, sniff. They found uncovered suspected drugs and drug-related items in the back of his truck.
Oh, I guarantee he had some weapons with him too.
I did not see anything and do not see anything about weapons.
That's the guy
Right.
right there, BK. If he pulls in front of you, you don't beat the horn at him.
No,
He's
that would probably not go well.
No,
Well, I don't know. If you're looking for some drugs, maybe you honk at one
that's
of them.
true. Hey, break
get
my
him.
window. Give me that meth.
Yeah, just give me a couple of drugs. Look, I'll pay you. Clearly, you're interested in making some money. You're driving 200 miles to the bank. You got something
Wow.
coming in. I'll give you some cash if you give me the drugs that are in the back of your truck. Thank you very much. The local sheriff's office, Monroe County Sheriff's Office, released a statement saying illegal drugs don't belong in bank drive-thrus, but they can be turned in at the sheriff's office. No charges, no handcuffs, just help. We'd much rather safely take them off the street than see another unexpected deposit.
Yeah, that guy should have had I'm not saying, he needed to have a uniform and a badge himself and come back to that bank and say, "Listen, I know we have somebody on camera who's taken whatever. We need to get that back. That's evidence. We need that evidence back."
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's
I would
the
try
thing,
that
like,
before I go home to my methed out wife without her drugs.
You're saying, wait, who's asking for the evidence back?
This guy should had come back to the bank with some kind of badge.
Oh. Oh, and posing as a cop?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Just saying, no, that's I'm going to have to confiscate that.
That's
actually.
evidence. Yeah, we're having an investigation.
This guy's already in trouble for all of these drug charges. What's the punishment for posing as a cop?
Oh, along with drugs?
Yeah, along with drugs.
I don't know. It's gonna be a long stay, I gotta believe.
Yeah, probably a good decision by this guy, Jason Smith, to not do that. Would have been hilarious. I wish he did for the sake of this story. Be more for us to talk about. But he didn't do that. He didn't even realize it. Again, it sounds like he had a lot of drugs at home, so this little baggie was a little nothing for him.
And a lot of drugs in him to do that.
Yeah, you're probably right on that, too. So there you go. There's Ohio man in the news today. Pulling a Florida man. That is a story I would expect to get out of the state of Florida.
Florida man's more into kidnapping, murder, not so much, driving his lawnmower on like I-35, that kind of thing. That's Florida man. That's what Florida man does. He's spectacular. Ohio man is just a dope smuggler.
These are rookie charges. That's what you're saying?
These are rookie charges, yes.
Come on, up your game a little bit. We need a little more out of you, Ohio man. It's just a basic story. Like, drug charges, who cares? People get popped for drugs all the time. Give us a little something else.
Yeah. Be like Florida man. Go all the way.
Yeah, that's a unique one, though. I don't think I've heard that one before. A guy putting a bag of meth into a bank tube and sending it to the teller.
Oh, man, what's that thing when it exploded in that tube? That thing got sucked up and all the powder comes out. The teller on the other end just snorting it up, I guess.
Opens it up. Yeah, I think the teller's a little bit of a puss for not, but whatever.
We're not pocketing the envelope.
Yeah, hang on. Like, we got some money I could be making here. Let me go sell this thing somewhere.
Come on, man.
Instead of just going by the book and calling the authorities.
No, kids, that is not a tip for you kids in the car line.
It might be.
You don't deposit weed or anything else at Bank of America. You leave that be.
Oh, man. A couple more stories to get into here in the final 10 of a Thursday edition of the show. You know, Notre Dame's obviously been in the news a lot this week, missed out on the college football playoff, choosing to opt out of a bowl game. Everybody's had an opinion on both of those things, and they've been a huge story this week. And they were the number one story in the sports world until what happened with Sherrone Moore yesterday.
Took the pressure off of them.
You know, it's interesting. We've talked about this college football coaching carousel a lot, how it's the craziest one we've ever seen. It just got crazier now that Michigan's opened up. The current Vegas favorite to be the next head coach of the New York Giants, Marcus Freeman.
That's
I don't know if they know anything. I don't know if it's just they're trying to connect dots, like Marcus Freeman is pissed. His team just got left out of the playoff, and, he doesn't want to deal with this kind of thing ever again. So, now's the time for him to go pro. I haven't seen any, legitimate reports saying that the Giants are interested or Freeman's interested. Obviously, the Giants are still playing. Notre Dame is not. But could you imagine if Notre Dame also opens up, Buck?
Wow.
First of all, your thoughts on would that be a good hire for the Giants?
I mean, it's chancy for a guy who's not done that, but he's a young guy that could, if he does well, he could be around for a long time with the New York Football Giants.
Yeah,
You know?
I think he's a great coach. I think he's a really good leader. He's a great speaker. I think he can galvanize a locker room. He's had a lot of success at Notre Dame the last couple of seasons. He's a great defensive mind, and the Giants need some serious help on that side of the football.
Yes, they
Need
do.
some serious help everywhere. There's a guy who's made for New York. He's got the look of a New York guy.
Yeah, he's a young guy. You know, the pressure of that is not going to bother him because he's at Notre Dame.
Right. So that job could potentially open up too.
Wow.
So you've already had LSU, Florida, Penn State, now Michigan, maybe Notre Dame too. And then again, if Kalen DeBoer leaves for Michigan or for Notre Dame, should that job open up, you could have Alabama open too. And then when Lane Kiffin takes the Alabama job, you'll have LSU open up again.
Yeah, I still don't see DeBoer leaving. I mean, his name is always going to come up, but I just think that he wants to stick it out there and make a point. Well, any of those places that you go to, you got to make a point. Can't just go there and win 8 games and feel like, oh, isn't this nice? Any of those places you're talking about for if Kalen DeBoer left, their expectations anywhere he goes are going to be extremely high. So he kind of knows the land of the layout, especially at Alabama by now. He knows what they think about him.
Well, making a point can get you fired.
Yes,
and
you're right.
I don't think Kalen DeBoer gets canned if Bama loses their playoff game. But let's say Bama loses in the first round this year, and let's say Bama goes 9-3 next year and loses in the first round of the playoff in 2026.
Now the heat is on.
He might be gone after that.
Yeah,
which for a lot of teams, it's like you make the playoff 2 years in a row. What are you talking about? You're firing the coach? You got to remember who we're talking about. You got to remember who he's replacing.
Yes.
So, and I'm here to tell you, if Kalen DeBoer gets fired at Alabama, he's not getting the Michigan job right away.
Oh, no.
I mean, that job's not going to be open, you would think. They're going to hire somebody who's probably going to be there for more than 1 year. So, this is an opportunity to kind of reset your clock at a new place if you feel like you're not getting enough love and respect from the administration.
Damn, you just reset the clock.
I know. But again, Bama fans wanted him gone last year after year 1. So, again, if you ask me, I agree with you. I think Kalen DeBoer is going to stay in Tuscaloosa. But obviously, if he leaves, who's Alabama's first call to? Lane Kiffin?
I don't know. I think that whole Lane Kiffin at some point at Alabama that's a no. I thought if they would do that after Nick Saban left.
Lane Kiffin?
Yeah. I mean, I think they got in touch with Sark before they did Lane Kiffin for sure.
Yeah.
They trusted him before they would Lane Kiffin. I don't ever see him getting there.
Yeah.
Unless he wins 2 national championships at LSU, which I'm hoping they lose every game they play.
Right. Yeah, Steve Sarkisian, in 2023 made the college football playoff and beat Nick Saban. So, he was a much hotter commodity at that point than Lane Kiffin was. Lane Kiffin, obviously, this year, he's the flavor of the month because he led his team to the college football playoff, so he was the guy that everybody wanted. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think Alabama would make the call, and could we see LSU open up twice in the same season? We're talking about Lane Kiffin here, as ridiculous as that sounds.
Oh, yeah. Would he bag them? Would he bail out on them?
A guy who's already responsible for like 5 of the wildest exits in coaching history in college and the NFL.
I wouldn't put it past. I wouldn't put it past him.
No, I wouldn't either. I would not put it past him either. And look, if Kalen DeBoer doesn't leave right now, if he gets fired in a year or two, could Alabama come calling? Yes. Could Lane Kiffin go leaving? Yes.
Yes, he could. And yes, he
would.
would.
If you're an LSU fan, yeah, you got to keep that in the back of your mind. Like, we might not have this guy for so long because he doesn't like to stick around.
And if he went to Alabama, he may not like to stick around either. He likes to move a lot.
I don't know where he'd go from there, but you might be right. Ryan Day gets canned at Ohio State. There goes Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, that guy likes to just go.
Yeah, who knows? It's something to watch, though. Again, I mean, this coaching carousel just continues to turn, and now Marcus Freeman, the Vegas favorite, to take over for the New York Giants, which would be something.
That's a pretty good thought. That's a pretty good thought. If he's ready to make that move to the NFL, that's the spot. You want to be with the Mara family for sure.
Yeah, the Giants have been kind of a train wreck, but looks like they've got some pieces in play. I mean, Jackson Dart looks pretty good. I think too early to tell if he's a true franchise guy. Cam Scadaboo looked good before the injury. They got Malik Neighbors, who's an elite receiver. I mean, they've had so many high draft picks in recent years because they've been so bad that there's some talent on that team. But obviously it's been a long while since the New York Giants have done anything.
Yeah, Tom Brady will be on the sideline for Michigan next year.
Think he'll be coaching?
He's going to have a lot to do with the hire of this next guy.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, he'll get a say in the matter.
Yes, he will.
But yeah, like maybe he'll be on the sideline as a fan. You want to give up your cush $20 million a year broadcasting job to go do that?
No, you don't. You don't want to give up that job.
Could he do all of them? Could he Doug Gottlieb it? Could this his next running backs coach?
Do all that. Yeah, they hired a guy yet. That thing should be done with.
No, they haven't hired a guy yet. And I mean, Steve Sarkisian usually takes his time on these hires, so maybe we'll get some news soon. But I think Sark is going to be pretty meticulous. I think he's going to talk to a number of different candidates and take his time on making hopefully the right decision, because he did not make the right decision last year with Chad Scott.
No,
I think that's safe to say. And I still wonder about Kyle Flood, man. I mean, I'm not arguing that Chad Scott should have been brought back. We spent a lot of time on yesterday's show giving out the reasons why he had to go. But I don't know how you fire that guy and not fire Kyle Flood, when the biggest problem with the run game was the offensive line. Were the running backs good enough? No, of course not. But the offensive line was the biggest issue with the entire Texas football team this season. And obviously Kyle Flood,
he hadn't had very many issues with his offensive line,
right?
When he's been with Sark, so that's tough. As I said, guy, you better have somebody really good. There's not a lot of super talented offensive line. There's a lot of offensive line coaches out there, but some of them there's some certain special ones. This guy been at Bama. He's been with Sark. He's had 2 pretty decent years here. You get rid of him after 1 year. After a record-breaking year, as you would say, for the run game, you got to think, he may have to run this back.
I hope, I don't know, man.
If you don't find the right guy, you got to run it back with him.
Well, I mean, maybe you start searching before you make the move, but obviously you make the move, you get rid of Kyle Flood, and then you start to see who's out there and who would be interested. I don't know if you could get away with doing a crazy coaching search for an offensive line coach without getting rid of your guy, without pissing some people off.
Well, they're going to find out, Sherrone.
I mean, Kyle Flood hasn't recruited well enough, in my opinion, and the development of what we saw from these guys this year was nowhere near good enough. Those are your 2 jobs.
And we thought they should even been better last year.
Right. And also, I'll say this, Kyle Flood, look, he signed Kelvin Banks to Texas. He got very lucky. The only reason Kelvin Banks signed with Texas is because Mario Cristobal, who was at Oregon, took the Miami job. Banks was committed to Oregon, and he flipped to Texas once Cristobal left for the U. So that's like his biggest recruiting win. And again, he still got it, but that only happened because a coach left.
Yeah.
So Kyle Flood has not been otherworldly in terms of his offensive line recruiting. The play of that position this year left a lot to be desired. So I don't know. I don't know how you justify firing Scott and keeping Flood around. We'll see. We'll see if other changes are made to the Texas staff.
Like I said,
Who knows?
because running back coaches are easier to find than offensive line coaches.
Yeah, I agree with that. But again, Kyle Flood, he hasn't done enough for me to guarantee him a spot here in Austin next year. So I'd be looking around.
And if you're not recruiting great offensive linemen, it's real similar to running backs in the state of Texas. You ought to be able to get a couple out of your own state every year, and they need to be the top ones. The top ones don't need to be going to Georgia or OU or Notre Dame. They need to be coming to Texas.
Yeah.
That's just like the running backs. Your top running backs in the state, you should get one or two of those every year.
Yeah. Well, last year, Texas missed out on Michael Fasusi, right? The 5-star from Texas who ended up going to Oklahoma, and he started pretty much every game for the Sooners this year, and he's gotten a lot better as this year has gone along.
Yeah, that dude
like
should be here. That guy should be playing football here.
He apparently took less NIL money. Texas offered him more money, and he went to Oklahoma. What does that say about your offensive line coach / recruiter? And then as Dave says, Texas only signed one of the top 60 offensive linemen this year with John Turntine, who's very good, high 4-star. He's a top 50 player in the country, but only signed 3 total, and you missed out on a lot of targets. You had a guy flip at the last minute from Texas to SMU.
You're right.
I don't know. It should be discussed, I guess, is why we're discussing it. All right, let's bring on, I see one half of Chaos Theory. By the way, quick shout-out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Rocking a TSU hat this morning. They make all of our hats, our signs, our shirts. I see Double R wearing a TSU hat as well. If you have a business that needs merch, gear, whatever, reach out to Adam and his team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics, 512-300-9641. What's up, guys?
How we doing, buddy? Did you
believe in the 40?
What
was that?
I said, people, is my audio good?
You're good.
Yeah, both of y'all talked at the same time, so I had no idea what either of y'all said.
Go ahead, Double R.
No, I was going to say, so did that dude, what did he send in that bank canister?
Meth.
In the teller machine? Crack?
Meth.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, Ohio man in the news. Our guy Jason Smith with just the most common name of all time.
Yeah, really.
Looks very sad. Look, he knows he made a mistake. He's very upset with himself.
That was his wife's meth.
He didn't mean to
think
send
he's
his
coming
wife's
down.
meth.
I think he's actually coming down. So.
Yeah.
There's a very good chance that is a part of this too.
You know that look, do you, Wags?
Yeah. You beat me to it.
a lot of meth in your days, Wags.
Look at that.
Just a couple of pen caps.
I know you. I know you live in the clouds. You talk about that all the time, but that's a different kind of cloud right there.
That might take you into another fucking realm, though, man.
Yeah, that dude right there. He's not close to Florida man though. I said I'd be told BK Florida man's into murder and kidnapping.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see, I think I've seen
Congratulations, murderer.
I think I've seen that guy at the car races before.
You think so?
Yeah, maybe so.
How much? Not to dunk on your industry, Double R. I'm a fan of your industry, but how much meth, crack, those types of drugs do you think are done at some of these street track and dirt track races that you attend?
I think honestly, I mean, that clientele, they're not the wealthiest. Mostly just a whole lot of weed. I think it's probably just a whole lot of weed.
We know it's a lot of beer, that's for sure.
It's sponsored by beer.
Sponsored by beer.
They call short track racing grassroots for a reason.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what's going on in them places, allegedly. But
Double R, you're doing a lot of road trips these days. I mean, those truck stops, man. You ever get offered anything at one of those truck stops?
There was one that I stopped in, and there was a lady that said she could take care of me for a little bit.
Okay, Sherrone.
You ever been working at one of those truck stops there, Double R?
My Sherrone. Yeah. She's like, I could take care of you for a little while.
Ooh.
It's all right. I'm not feeling sick. I
Hey
feel
there,
good.
sugar.
Yeah.
Hey,
That'd have
sugar.
been great. That would have been great if you actually like had no idea what she was talking about. Like, no, I'm feel healthy. Like, I'm good. Thanks for asking.
It's good to know that as much as society has changed, that stereotype of the truck stop and that type of shit is still happening in this.
Yeah,
great
hell
country.
yeah.
I must be ugly because I'll just be walking around truck stops for hours on ends and no one comes
Keep
up to
hope
me. So I
alive.
gotta,
No, you don't look old and desperate like me. That's why you
Yeah.
don't get. That's why you don't get proposition. That's the whole
I
difference.
get propositions. I used to get propositions at the Texas OU weekend at the McDonald's across the street there, where that lady said, "Hey, sugar, is that diamond for real in your ear?" And I wanted to tell her, and I gave the old, "Oh no, that's not real. You don't have somebody come over and hack my ear off.
Yeah, she'll
I'm
knock
not
you
going
out.
to give you
and
the
steal
chance
it.
to come over here and bite my ear."
You got a real diamond in that ear, sugar? I'd love to suck it out.
Sugar, yeah, she was something. It was the same lady 2 years in a row. I'm like, boy, you sure haven't. You haven't
Got an eye for it.
Yeah, you sure
That's-
haven't been around in a while. You know the McDonald's I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, of course. Good
Yep.
move for her, by the way. Like, that's the busiest day of the year, so you got a chance to make
Man.
some serious coin on
That's-
that
That
day.
is
the way to do
crazy
it.
up there.
That is
That's the way to
smart.
do it.
She's a pro right there. That's a pro's pro.
Yeah, she's
there.
waiting for McDonald's to open up right at 6:30, like sitting at right in front of the door.
Well, I'm here to
Yeah.
tell you, I have also done that before, just waiting for McDonald's to open. So that makes two of us. I'm not going to cast stones from my glass house that I'm living in, boys.
What are we doing going to McDonald's that's not 24 hours?
I know. I don't know why all of them aren't 24
Right?
hours.
A
In
lot
that
of them
particular
are
part,
quit.
in that particular part of town, I don't know if they want to do.
Very true.
Not a good
Very
idea.
true.
Yeah.
No, probably not a good idea.
A lot of these
I,
places where they used to have the 24 hours, they've stopped doing that. Even therefore, it was like a gradual fallback to where the drive-through would be open for 24 hours, but they close the lobby. But now it's like a lot of them are closing down. Or
Yeah, my Waffle House used to be a 24/7 deal. I don't think they do that anymore.
No. Waffle
Gents,
House is
excuse
always
me, I'm
24.
very sorry. I got to go get my wife something real quick. I'm very sorry.
Go ahead, man. Listen,
Right.
no, BK, the one towards the airport, the not the last time, but the time before that, when after COVID, you couldn't go. They weren't allowed. You'd have to order your meal and take it out.
Oh,
You couldn't sit at the counter.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was during COVID, but it wasn't closed.
I
Like,
mean,
they were
no,
still
it
serving
wasn't
food.
closed up, but you couldn't go in. Hey, to go to Waffle House, the best thing to do is sit in there. It's not.
Yeah.
You don't get the Waffle House. I've never got anything to go from Waffle House.
No.
The experience is to go in there with Wanda and the rest of them and have a good time.
So
Wanda
tell
and
me tell me this, guys, because I was talking. I did Revved Up Live last night, and there was this huge car race in Pensacola over the weekend, and apparently a big thing in Pensacola with these people is they like to go to the Ruby Tuesdays.
Oh,
There is one here in Round Rock, I think, but it's been a long time since I've been to. There's a different one. I can't think of what it is. Ruby Tuesdays a big deal? What am I missing here?
I've never
God.
been into a Ruby Tuesdays.
Dude,
Yeah.
I haven't heard the name Ruby Tuesday in years.
Yeah.
I've been. I mean, it's not great, but it's
Yeah,
a
it's
chain
not.
restaurant. Buck. They sell steaks. They've got burgers. They've got like a decent looking menu. But
They
I
got some
would go to
interesting
like
clientele, huh?
Kind of like a
Yeah, they-
Chili's, right? I mean, it's kind of like along the lines of Chili's or something
yeah,
like
just
that.
not as good as Chili's, and I would argue not as good as Applebee's. What about Red Robin? Maybe similar to. I guess
Yeah,
Red Robin's more burger focused, I think. I think Ruby Tuesday's got more of like a
I feel like
advanced menu.
Panera's like a sandwich place.
Yeah,
right?
Panera's a sandwich place.
Panera Bread.
This past weekend in the Valley, I hit a place called Bubba's 33,
Wow.
and that was like it was like Red Robin.
It sounds like you're adding yourself to the wall. It sounds like you're going to be 34.
Bubba's 33. What was that? Burgers?
Burgers. I had wings. I had wings there. Very much like Red Robin, kind of but very. So the whole thing about it, it's called Bubba's 33. Obviously, it's a sports bar. They had TVs everywhere. I went in and watched some football. So the 33 means, I think that's when something with Prohibition, it ended maybe in 1933. So that's the 33 part. But it was good.
I think it's the amount of time Sherrone Moore slept with his staffer, I believe.
What is with this
That
dude?
is just getting wilder and wilder, man.
What?
Oh my God.
Dare I say, what else can happen in this college football season?
It's the gift that keeps on giving, gentlemen. I mean,
It is. It's going nuts, man. I just guys don't like money. Guys don't like having things good. They want to find a way to screw it up. That's a basic screw up right there. Just pissing in the wind.
All I'm going to say is don't throw stones at glass house if you live in a glass house. That's all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sure, of course. You know, he's like cheese and Instagram, Twitter bio. It's like, come on.
Take it, yeah, grab your, yeah, you sound like
He's in his relax the back chair. That's what that's about.
It's vibrating. It's that vibration.
Vibration.
It's that vibration on the ball sack.
Yes.
It's kind of like how it was at the beginning of the show when you guys were trying to come on.
I might leave it.
It's still going.
Just
It sounds like you're in outer
All right,
space
bye,
there,
y'all.
guy.
Mr. Roboto. It's Mr. Roboto.
He
there.
did that on purpose. That's a great segue to get the hell out
Yeah,
of
he's
there.
like, I'm tired of talking to you clowns. I'm tired of talking to you. You.
We appreciate it every time, getting us set up and teed off for Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Welcome to another chaotic edition of Chaos Theory on TSU. Make sure you hit us up on our social summit, Not the Fake Wags. That is double R. He is at the Rodney R. And then on Instaface at the _ Rodney R. I'm on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. Make sure you hit us up there. See the stories that we're putting out there. Butler Wags serving his dogs poolside. That's basically all I'm good for these days. But fire up that code to text line 512-222-9328. Make sure you hit us up and let us know what you're going through today, man. Get us in that YouTube channel as well. Look, I see Lee Castle Rock in there already, and I got a bone to pick with you, buddy. You see my fresh cut. I went and got a fresh cut here. I went and saw, go see V, by the way, if you need to get your ears lowered, go see V. She's right out there by the old Fuddruckers and Best Buy on Lakeline and 620.
The old motherfuckers.
Yes, that one. That one.
Yeah,
No,
that's a good
look,
place.
this dude is in here making fun of my 7-layer dip. All right. I'm inviting people to have my pool, come to the pool party and everything. And Vanessa is very generous to say she's going to bring a whole bunch of authentic Mexican entrees and Tex-Mex stuff. And
So is she bringing me authentic Mexican?
Are you an entree? I didn't know that you were an entree.
I'm more of a buffet.
Are you French?
I love French fries.
French? I don't even know if entree is French. It sounds French. But Lee Castle Rock's in there. Him and Vanessa are in there clowning on me, wanting some 7-layer dip. Rodney, I cannot help. And you can make all the authentic cuisines and entrees from Tex-Mex and Mexican cuisines that you want and bring it to my house. I'll still eat them, but I'm a fan of 7-layer dip. And I asked Vanessa she said she was going to bring a whole bunch of food, right? And I said, well, hey, how about some 7-layer dip? She lost her shit at me, dude. She's like, I am not bringing you 7-layer dip, Wagner. Nothing. That's not happening. Like, I'll bring you better stuff than that. But yeah, then I come to find out that her and Mike are in there clowning on me while he's in the chair because I want some 7-layer dip. So shout out to Michael C today, buddy. I love you, man. We share the same barber, but come on, man. Give me some love on my 7-layer dip, brother.
I ain't got no problem with 7-layer dip. I like some 7-layer dip.
I'm a fan of it. I'm just a fan of it, dude. I can't do the black olives, though.
Oh, I do like the black olives in there. So my wife makes a really amazing 7-layer dip, and I would think that one's coming up because she has a bunch of holiday parties.
Usually, Christmas party, you usually get 7-layer dip.
And right? what usually happens, Wags, is she'll do one for like a Christmas gathering or something, and I'll get a little some of it, and then I'm like for about a month, the month of January when everybody makes their New Year's revelations or whatever they're called, I'm like, can you make that 7-layer dip? And we have it like twice in January. It's like, I'm glad I'm not on the weight loss 7-layer dip.
It's a guilty pleasure of mine. I don't know what it is about it. And yes, there's so much better Texas food out there, or Tex-Mex food out there, Mexican cuisine. Well, I just really like Tex or 7-layer dip.
Speaking of that, I mean, I'm starving this morning, and our man Gorgeous Greg from Gorgeous.
So Michael C, go in and ask her about what I showed her, what we call sloppy joes back where I'm from, and it's nothing out of malice. Just go next time you're in the chair, just ask her that shit. You guys will have a fucking. She'll show you the text messages too that I sent her that were sent to me as well for verification. That's called a tease, amigo. Go get your haircut.
Gorgeous Greg
What
from
the
Gorgeous
inside
Georgetown.
stories of what's going on with Michael C, with Lee Castle Rock and Tommy Brunswick, you got to go to Vanessa.
Gorgeous Greg from Gorgeous Georgetown is talking about huevos rancheros.
Ooh.
And I'm like, oh my God. Oh,
Huevos ranchero.
Oh man, that's eggs over easy with chile sauce and onion.
Well, I got the eggs. I
Oh,
figured the rancheros was like a white sauce.
That and some good migas. Oh my God. I tell you, it's like I'll get that every now and then on the road. I eat a lot of continental continual breakfasts now. And actually I was in the valley this weekend and they had like real Mexican beans.
There you
Boy,
go.
I had the best farts all day long, man.
We were rolling on the floor Saturday. Nothing wrong with it. It's just not Mexican food. Love you, brother. Love you back, man. I thought, well, here I am thinking 7-layer dip is Mexican. So,
chorizo con frijoles tacos. I will tell you, if you want some good chorizo, and again, this is chorizo tacos, as we say, that QT we were talking about.
Is Sherrone Moore getting chorizo?
Chorizo Moore? No, he was donating the chorizo. he was
What
the
a
donor.
what a story. We got to finish our college football predictions, right? We got to carry out the rest of the playoff.
I predict Texas is going to win their bowl game now.
But we got to get into this story. Like we hate unpacking.
I
the
hate
shit
to laugh
that goes on off the field, right? But this is too broad stream now, to where you can't.
Look, man,
you can't turn it off or you can't shy away from it. It's got to be talked about. You can't ignore it. So
this thing yesterday where it's like Sherrone Moore fired, and I'm like, that's weird. And then
we also have some Longhorns that have been leaving the 40 as well. We got 2 that left this morning. We got to talk about. So there's a lot on the plate. But let's
just the whole with the timeline of everything, inappropriate thing. Of course, we've heard that before. Hell, that's happened here. Come on, Longhorn fans.
Yeah, and then can I tell you, like, after I started finding out what the hell was going on, I actually turned the story. Like, I actually closed the story out. I was like, all right, this I know where this is going. This is disgusting. But yeah, all I got to was, and I don't even know if it's been confirmed or not. But apparently, I'll just say this to leave it clean. Very inappropriate things that are going on with a staff member. All right, that's just to be clean about it. But I've heard some very nasty things that have been going down.
Yeah,
so.
lots of. I heard some stuff yesterday that I'm not going
It's
to.
Getting wilder and wilder and wilder by the hour, like each 6-hour increment or whatever.
Yeah, I don't. This was apparently pretty deep, but just
all
the way
I'm gonna say is, like, if it's happening somewhere else, it's probably it could be happening closer than we think. And
we're human beings, man. I'm only human. Of stress and blood, a man. What's that song say? I'm only human. Right?
Yeah, so Jake's onto it too. So if Jake chimes in, producer Jake, if what the rumors are saying about Moore are true, then he needs some help. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, some people are just into some real crazy effing shit. And I'm not saying that it's the Diddy type of shit, but like I don't know. I'm with Jake. You absolutely need some fucking help. Absolutely need some fucking help.
In this story yesterday, to where it's like, okay,
Jake might be hearing some other shit that I'm not hearing either, right? Like,
I know what he's talking about. I've heard what he's talking about, and it's like, so the dude is terminated, and then I think it's done. I'm like, okay, well,
right. And now he's being detained, buddy.
That I saw that, and I'm like, wait a minute, being detained, and then going to the residence of the
at first, Double R, I didn't even read the headlines or anything. I saw Sherrone Moore fired. I was like, Jesus God, they're that pissed off of him because he lost to Ohio State once, right? Like I didn't even know what was going down behind the scenes. Then I open up the story and I'm just like, holy shit, right? And then I see, or excuse me, I didn't open up a actual headline until I saw Sherrone Moore detained by police. I was like, what the hell? Did he throw a temper tantrum as he was being ushered out the door? And then I find out all this shit that was going on behind the scenes. Just it's gross, just absolutely gross.
I happen to have had a pretty, and I have a pretty good high opinion of Sherrone Moore for what he did. I mean, the situation that he was thrown into,
being able to being thrown into that and being able to overcome, adapt and overcome. I mean, you did have the best team in the land at that time and one hell of a recruitment program. But my forte 830 says, to my understanding, Sherrone Moore is now on suicide watch.
That would be the next.
That makes sense.
This mess. Yeah, that would seem. But the thing with
again,
him, and then,
none of this. I have none of this verified. This is just the only thing that has been verified is that he had a bad relationship and with a staff member. So
yeah, and when you go back and you put all these pieces together, because it was like when Harbaugh left Michigan, I think one of the terms of him leaving was that Sherrone Moore had to have that job. So I don't know how much we curtail this back to Jim Harbaugh, and how much did Jim Harbaugh know that was going on in that program at that time, because I don't know the timetable of this alleged relationship that he was having here.
Right.
But you just
it's very big. Like you look on ESPN or whatever stories you can find, it's very vague. Right?
Yeah.
And then of course, like the rumors that I'm seeing are just on Twitter and the dark web and shit that you see, like nothing that's been confirmed.
Yeah, and CB here that I did see that, and then obviously I'll just say that
I've seen that I saw that he got her pregnant.
She doesn't have a child. I'll tell you that. So you know how that ends. But look at Michigan right now. I mean, this is where you want to talk about a true. To me, Michigan is a true blue blood program.
And again, like I don't know for sure if he got her pregnant or not. That's just the shit that I've been reading on Twitter or whatever. It has not been verified.
No. And it's just been one thing after another right here with this program. And it's like,
they can't, it's like they can't get out of their own way now. Like after Connor Stallions, it's like, what the hell, Double R?
All this shit. I mean, every time that something like this happens, I equate all of when things happen, I think of the SMU scandal. And I'm like, that rocked.
You still go back to that?
I go back to that, and like yesterday.
How old were you in that? How old were teenage years?
Late high school, late high school, and it was like that is nothing compared to this shit nowadays. To where it's
gambling is or
paying dudes,
paying people to play on your roster, paying people to come to your school rather. That's one thing. All right, sexual misconduct is just a gross and disgusting other realm that we're talking about. So,
and it's this whole thing with the way it's happened has been with the whole downfall and the downhill slide of everything with the program. You've got an interim president that's in there right now, so probably not invested in this thing, and he's not going to know, because my whole question is, if Sherrone Moore is in this volatile mental situation,
the state that he's in, exactly,
where's the help? And again, we dudes are stubborn. We're not going to say
no,
hey,
for
man.
sure, absolutely, yeah. We don't admittedly or intentionally go in and seek help, right? That's just not happening.
Yeah. And when you go back and you see Sherrone Moore in tears, you kind of start putting this together to where it's like this dude has.
Yeah, but I mean, at that point, I'm just thinking it's a high emotional game, and he's doing it for his friend, his brother in arms, his comrade. But I mean, hell, you see Jim. I mean, hell, Jim Harbaugh gets emotional after the damn win that he had against the other night. Shit, who the hell did the Chiefs beat? Or not the Chiefs? Who the hell did the Chargers beat?
Eagles.
The Eagles. Yeah, they beat the Eagles, and he equated it to the birth of his children and his wife, and getting married. So Jim Harbaugh he's a space cadet himself. So I thought it was kind of on brand when Sherrone Moore did that. I didn't really think nothing of it, but
and Harry Dean too, absolutely. I mean, we can talk about because
hopefully there's help for the victim too.
Yes, because that's where so scares me about having young daughters out in this world right now, is that they're so susceptible to.
Souls, if you need somebody to talk to ever, brother, give me or Rodney a call for sure. Give one of them. We'll listen, man. Even if you just got to talk for 10 minutes or whatever, we will absolutely listen, man. And Souls comes in. It took me over 10 years to finally seek help. It took a blowout at a restaurant among childhood friends for me to finally realize I needed it. Yeah, we're stubborn, guys. We're definitely stubborn, and we don't want to admit to our fault. Well, we don't want to admit that something's wrong, right? That we can't provide, or we can't be the person or the shield that we're trying to be for the family, right? But hey, if you're trying to take care of your family, you can't take care of them properly unless you take care of yourself first, man. So
yeah, absolutely. That's
anybody anybody out there, listen, man. If you just need somebody to listen to you, give us a call, man.
Man.
Or at least I don't want to speak for Rodney, but I know the heart that Rodney has. I'm here too, man. I'm here too.
Super accessible on social media. Matter of fact, you jump on social media, look at my profiles. My phone number is there. You need a buddy, you call me. Because
for sure.
that's
Souls, that didn't need to be said. We know for sure it's not related to more, but just stuff that all dudes go through for sure.
Let me tell you, man. And when you go to get that help, and they're like, "We're going to give you a little pill to help control this," it's okay to take that pill. It's a little bit of a crutch. Does it work? I don't know, but I can tell you one damn thing. Even if
I think talking's a lot better.
I agree.
A lot more helpful and a lot more healing to get it out. So it sucks to admit that, right? But once you get past that part, and you feel comfortable, talking to somebody that that's got your back.
And I was Mr. Strong too, to where they said, okay, we're going to try to medicate you a little bit to control this. And I'm like, I don't need no fucking medicine. And so finally I did. I took a trip wags a couple of weeks ago and I left that stuff behind. I forgot it. Dude, I was a basket case. I think I texted you and said, man, I'm a wreck right now coming back to try to do this show. So I'm leaning on you because my head's spinning. So anyway, whatever. That's let's get off of the
for sure. And this is another good hobby comes in too, man. Some people, he's absolutely right. Some people want to talk and not for solutions, but for just someone to listen to them. No, thanks, gentlemen. No, we get that. Thanks for the comment, hobby.
Yeah, no, and that's and look, I mean, if you want to get on that Coda text line, you got something that's happening. I mean, vent there, and we will. Flip Gainer right into the cup of tea, man. We opened up Pandora's box. We've been talking about Sherrone Moore. We'll get into a little bit of sports. Of course, we got Thursday night football to talk about. We had some Longhorns leaving the Burnt 40 this morning that we'll get into a little bit, and I'm sure Jordan and Eric will kind of carve that. But yeah, we're kind of peeling back the onion of the Sherrone Moore story, and it's getting more chaotic by the minute. So, and the other part of it is, I mean, I hate to even bring this part up, but I mean, so what does Michigan do now? I mean, in this coaching carousel that we've seen in college football, and like I said earlier, what else could happen?
Where would you? I mean, I would think first and foremost they'd probably go to offense coordinator, but then you got Wink at the defense coordinator. He's probably the most experienced there on the staff. I'd probably think that no, they're not going to Wink. They're going to get themselves a coach right now. You have to, man. You got to do somebody that's going to be able to retain the recruits too, because they got one hell of a recruiting class coming in too. Double R,
and to be able to hold on to that, and to hold on to Bryce Underwood. I mean, you got to keep what you have. And
that's what I was thinking. Maybe Poggi might get the head job. I mean,
well, I've seen repeated on the AV Consultations television, or from different media outlets reporting that sounds like the first call is going to be Kalen DeBoer. To try to pull Kalen DeBoer from Alabama. That's the one that's circled. Followed closely.
But some people, we just got to start having game theory with some of these things that are thrown out there. Why would anybody leave Alabama for Michigan?
Well, I got to tell you, if I were going to consider leaving Alabama, I think Michigan would be one that I would think of, because despite
it's there, but it's not bigger than Alabama. You could
I think it is.
You could run the entire North. Like you could take control of the entire North. I understand that. Like that could be your pipeline and territory if you did stuff well. But ultimately, I guess it's not about resume, right? It's really not.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I was saying that playing in the SEC does help. Right, but the Big Ten is a stalwart of a conference too. Now they don't have, I don't think they have the depth that SEC does at this point, but they got the best tops. That's for sure. They got the best studs.
Yeah, I've seen Brian Kelly thrown out there. I don't think that I would. It makes, but you want a dude that got run out of LSU? I mean, maybe this fits better. He's not a Southern guy. That's kind of been our knock on Brian Kelly. It's like he just doesn't fit there.
Why wouldn't they go throw everything that they have at Cignetti?
That's the one. That's the one that I think makes a lot of sense. It's
throw
like
everything
go get
you
that
have.
dude. Yeah.
Throw and say you what you've done built at Florida, or excuse me, where the hell was he at before Indiana?
Shit. I don't remember.
I can't think of it. But hell, or no, James Madison. He was at James Madison.
Dolly Madison.
He was at James Madison before Indiana, right?
The college football playoff team. Yeah.
Right. Go do what you started. Apparently
he's that good.
There has had traction and stayed put. Right. They're building on that. They're planting they're growing where it was planted at, and now he's got Indiana. So this dude can upstart a program or revitalize a program if he needs it. If I'm Michigan, I'm throwing everything I have at Signetti.
I got to tell you, if I'm Matt Campbell right now, I'm thinking I should have held out a little bit longer. Should have held out just a few more days.
You just never know what the hell's gonna happen, though. Yeah, Matt Campbell probably chomping at like son of a bitch.
It's like, have you watched like Jimmy? What is that? Jimmy Kimmel at night when he does those letters and he's like,
I don't watch any.
I've only seen the highlights where this dude is like writing something and he stops right before he writes. If I'm Matt Campbell and I haven't signed that contract yet, I'm like waiting for that call from Michigan, because boom, there you go. I think that would
Jimmy
be
Kimmel.
No, I don't.
Which one's Jimmy Kimmel though?
Jimmy Kimmel is the one that comes on Channel 36. No, not Jimmy Kimmel. I'm sorry. The other dude, not Jimmy Kimmel. What's his name? He comes on NBC, The Tonight Show.
Which one's the one that's on Saturday Night? That was on Saturday Night Live.
This guy that I'm talking about.
Okay, that's the one that I like. I like that Jimmy.
Jimmy Fallon. Yeah, he'll write something and he goes, and then he stops. That if I'm Matt Campbell, that's me right now. I'm not going to sign that deal. I'm going to Michigan because that's a big job, and you got to get this right because there's a lot. And you still don't have a president. The president's an interim president.
Right. It's all a shit show. It's all a shit show.
It's like, my God. I mean,
Ann Arbor, it's not really in a good state of grace right now, Ann Arbor. Huh?
Yeah. Kenny Dillingham, Jeff Brom. I mean, these are names that this is the jobs that have come open this year, Wags. It's like, shit.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about Levitt's in the portal too.
That's right. That's exactly right. It is seriously, what is going to happen next? Dare I even ask that? Because it's like, this is a soap opera, dude. It's like,
yeah, and of course, everything like the landscape's going to be shaping pretty drastically, for college football in the next couple of days, with the window and everything. But hey, if anything shapes drastically for you, you got a fall, you get an injury or anything, you got to give our guy Ryan Hurricane Heck the call. He is the lawyer in town for you. And when that storm hits, you got to give our guy Hurricane Heck the ring. That's Ryan Hurricane Heck for your go-to personal injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. He's a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for all you fellow Texans. He's got a burnt orange suit that he's not shy to wear in court as long as you give him the call today. Ryan's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. You're injured in a car accident and you got any type of personal injury at all, just give our guy Ryan a call. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with clients. He knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. He's Austin-based. He's Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you when you call him today. 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. Friend of the show, fighter for the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Heck blow their case wide open. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. Ryan at HECTlawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Our man Tom McKay with a great call on the coded text line. Alabama to Michigan is comparable to a fine centerfold escort to a crack whore. Well done. That's Tom McKay right there. That is what Tom McKay's got to say. And if you're going to Wag's party, you're going to get to see that Tom McKay.
We're going to do a polar plunge too, by the way.
Polar
plunge for the New Year's Day hockey game.
That's a good idea.
For the Winter Classic, we're going in. We're going to
plunge. Hopefully it's cold.
It's a winter. So Tom's coming over. We're doing, and you know what? I think we're going to have to do a contest. If we're going to have to do some type of creativity here soon to find out who, all you avid hockey fans, if you want to do a polar plunge, let's try and come up with a contest here. Something that can generate some steam for TSU and you. All right, we'll go.
We'll get this videoed and definitely something to see. AV consultations, get that ultimate setup, the home theater system, the sound, the views, all of that, inside, outside, anywhere. multiple rooms, multiple screens. Tom McKay and his crew want to take care of you.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
There it is, avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. Looking for that indoor or outdoor space as well. Looking to renovate your space. Looking for a new home. But like I say, I would recommend, if you have an older property, add some value to that thing. Renovate one of those spaces inside. You have extra bedrooms like I do at my property. Man, get those things up to date. Do some really cool stuff in there. That's flex space, as we like to call them. Flex space. You know, I'm Flex Luger because I'm flexible. You've got flex space in your house. You got to make that phone call. You got to make that text. You got to get a hold of my man, Mike McCall with McCall Custom Homes. Free estimates right now for your projects. BK reference right there. 512-633-9580. Make that call or text. Get that free estimate happening right now. But you got to mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. Be sure and mention TSU. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. That's going to be your first step right there to get that started. Pick out the space that you're looking to do, even the outdoor stuff. If you have an old beat-up patio that you want to get retrofit and get renovated, you want some outdoor fixtures. Bucky Godbolt got himself a putting green, and that was done by our friends at McCall Custom Homes. If you have an idea, get a hold of Mike and his crew. Tell them what you're thinking, and I bet you they can make it happen for you, as they have been making it happen for Central Texans for 40 years. Family-owned and operated. It's a father-son team. Check out all the reviews. Check out the Better Business Bureau 5-star ratings, all of that at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Again, free estimates right now, 512-633-9580. Make that phone call or drop that text to our man, Mike. We build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes, new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. You know the place to go.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the years from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out at covertbcave.com. Holiday specials, absolutely. You can bet that those are going to be a plenty right there. Go see those great folks out there at Covert Bee Cave. Holiday season is upon us. Absolutely. Thank you, Captain Obvious. No doubt. Lights are going up all around your neighborhood, I'm sure. If you want to have a stunning presentation for the holidays and you don't want to go through the hassle of climbing ladders, doing all of these different things, having to deal with those strands of lights that always get all jimmied up, and you end up wasting half of your stuff because it's been messed up, because it's been stored in your attic for the last 350 some odd days. You got to call my friends at Humbug Holiday Lighting. Humbug is a full-service holiday lighting company specializing in custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage. That's the best part right there. Handling everything so you enjoy a stunning, stress-free holiday display. If you're a commercial customer, if you're a residential customer, you've got a storefront that you want to pretty up, and that's going to draw you in more. That's going to draw you in more potential customers if you've got something happening really cool during the holidays. Of course, if you're a residential customer like I am, custom holiday lighting display, professional installation, that maintenance, and the off-season storage. And let me tell you, the lights, these are commercial grade. These are LED. These aren't the ones that you get at the Dollar General. These are the real deal banana peels right here. This is the really cool stuff. Hassle-free, elegant displays, safe professional setup. You're not up there putting your life at risk climbing to the top of your house. Colorful, premium Hallmark-style displays. You enjoy the holidays without any setup or stress, residential or commercial. Right now, till the end of the week, you've got time to use the promo code TSU20. That's 20% off of your professional installation. Estimate is free. TSU20. Use that promo code when you go to the website, humbuglights.com. You call 833-4HUMBUG or text 512-222-1820. Humbug Holiday Lighting. All the magic without the hassle. Check them out today. Humbug Holiday Lights.
You see covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
This Rodney, you're playing.
Sorry about that. I moved my mouse.
Well, thank you so much for the donation.
Oh my God. Oh shit. Come on, man.
And if you guys are into feet, check out my dude Souls, buddy. Check him out.
Yes, that is awful kind, man. That is awful kind. And look, it, like we said, I mean, this show is about as real as you were. I mean, we're here, guys. You people are people are our family. Yeah. The fact that you guys, we're
all a family, right? And here's the one thing that we can do as family members: we can admit that this is probably the truest statement of all. Texas wins next year. Texas wins it all.
I can't say that because that's what I laugh about with the Aggies. They always say that. Have we?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know so much if it's us, but I feel like the national pundits hype up Texas every time, effing year. And it's just. It's that bulletin board. That's why I say I love being the underdog, right? Or I love staying hungry, right? I feel like the limelight or the spotlight is always on us, man. To show my feet. I don't know if you want to see my feet, guys. I got cracks. I got crevasses in my feet. I got canyons in my feet. Okay, like they're disgusting. I got some toenails growing out of other toenails, man, and I got a 90-degree angle cliff that goes down as a toenail for ingrown toes. I got some jacked up feet, man. I got my other long toe that's big, that's longer than my big toe, man. It's a mess, guys.
And you know, with the whole thing of there's always next year. Let's kind of put this into some real life perspective right here, because going into the season, number one, you're the number one team going in, preseason number one. You've got the perennial Heisman Trophy winner. And again, we here locally had a pretty good idea that that's a little unrealistic, maybe, because we knew there was an offensive line that was, depleted somewhat.
Well, I mean, but hell, the turnover, right? Like,
right.
Just being able to put that many people into the NFL, or that many players into the NFL, 13 players into the NFL for the first time in a while, right? Like, you have to question, what's the succession going to be?
That tells you what the turnover was.
And also, you're putting one of the best linemen in all the college land into the NFL. How do you replace that? You expect Gooseby to come in and be the anchor? No. Campbell, I guess, right? Campbell, realistically, but it didn't happen. Like, even the mental leadership for Campbell wasn't there, right? Like for the rest of the locker room too, or for the rest of the line too. And again, that's why I said Georgia. It feels like teams like Georgia or programs like Georgia can do that because they've been doing this. They've had the engine running for a while.
They're better at it. Yeah.
It's not so much that they're better at it, but the fuel is in the tank. Like there's, I guess the best way to explain this in an analogy is like, half the garden's already been grown for Texas and the full garden's been grown for Georgia, right? The crops have already been replenished and you're just trying to gather and scoop, it's when it's harvest time, right? It's usually harvest time for Georgia a lot these days because they planted well. They took care of their soil. We got to take care of our soil. And I know that's a weird analogy, but that's where my mind's at right now.
You've been reading the Farmer's Almanac, haven't you?
I've been out did you see the irrigation trench that I dug?
I saw it.
So I don't, we have bad soil here in Texas, right? So, and I figured I was going to have I was going to be doing a lot of rinsing off the deck and the patio for the pool. So there was a runoff. There's a natural, I guess, flat part of my land that would just collect water, right? So I dug in here and the garden system that we had just along the fence line, it gets melted by the sun a lot, baked by the sun, and it really doesn't collect that much water because Texas doesn't get that much water, and we don't water it regularly enough. So I dug myself an irrigation line, an irrigation system to allow the water to flow into that garden bed, right? I mean, it's not rocket science, but hey, go back to fourth grade science where you're learning about
Make it flow.
4A or the 4Fs.
Yeah.
Or 4H's. 4H's. That's what it is.
4H. Yeah. Not
4H,
the 4Fs. That's Sherrone Moore. But to the Texas thing, I mean, the fact that with all of that we knew was there, and look, with Arch Manning, I think that he has grown into this role extremely well. You have to go back to those expectations. Quinn, admit it or not, Quinn Ewers did a damn good job here for the time.
100. And the thing that I'm seeing more or just missing about Quinn the most is that when there was a bad play at the line of scrimmage, Quinn could notice it and check it into a better play, into a better situation.
He was so good at that.
He was fantastic. And honestly, you play in a Sarkisian system and that's on your resume, that's the type of stuff that sticks out to other coaches going into the league, right? So that's going to be on Arch's resume. That's already on Quinn's resume. Whatever you want to say about the skill set that he might have lacked, especially with the mobility or his reluctancy to run, he had that ability to check off. And that's what pros need to do ultimately at the end of the day. And that's why Quinn's going to be on a roster, continue to be on a roster. But Goon, you kind of beat me to it, man. You know me, I'm kind of a morbid person anyways, and I know we're not even supposed to be.
I'm sorry, this is the time to go get him.
Right? Yeah, but I mean, if with all the turmoil and stuff that's going on up in Ann Arbor right now, I mean, they got the top recruiting class. I was flirting around saying it earlier, but I didn't want to be that guy. But Goon, thank you for beating me to it, baby. I'm going to piggyback off of you. Let's go get them, Double R.
I'm telling you,
these recruits.
It's like yesterday when we're talking about bringing in the running back coach from Florida. I'm like, yeah, let's bring him in and let's bring in his running back with him. Make it a package deal. Bring Jaden Ball with him. Because
that's not happening.
No. These days you just don't know. That's what I'm saying. What's going to be next? But to the Texas thing, we're sitting here on 11 December.
Patrick.
Oh, no.
Damn, bro.
I
didn't click it. I didn't click that button. Rodney didn't click it.
No, I got a pen in my hand. And
I got glasses in mine.
The future quarterback
in the other. What's your point?
The future quarterback is not. That's the other part of that story. That future quarterback does not exist, unfortunately. But so with this Texas thing, you're sitting here on December 11th. You've got 9 wins with these lofty expectations. I think a lot of people are like, "Oh, boo! Horrible season." You didn't get to the college football playoff. You're one of, what do we say, 6, 7, 8 teams that got left out of that probably should be in the college football playoff. But you got a chance to get 10 wins. And I think that the fact that you're at that point, despite the expectations others placed on you that were not attainable, in my opinion.
But I have such a problem with this argument because I feel like it's not the standard that we want. I feel like we're lowering the bar. Right? When you're saying a 10-win season to me is not something that I want to be talking about at the end.
That used to be a big deal.
You're right. But I mean that bar that I feel like the bar, I feel like you and I have both said that bar has been raised
from the last 2 years. From what
but I'm not trying to regress. I'm not trying to go back.
Right.
I'm not trying to play Paul Abdul, what's that? 2 steps?
1 step forward and 2 steps back.
2 steps back. Yeah.
Great video. That cartoon guy. Remember that wolf? That's
the cat. It was a cat. Was it a cat? It was a cat.
That's a good video.
He was a cool cat.
She was a sexy son of a gun back in those days, wasn't she? Man, that girl has some legs.
It works, man.
That girl has some legs.
I always forget that she was a Laker girl.
Me too.
She was the Laker girl. She started the Laker girl. So,
did you see the Lakers last night? They lost.
No, I didn't.
Who beat them? The San Antonio Spurs without Wemby. Castle, De'Aaron Fox, GSG. Go Spurs, go! Here they come, buddy.
Go Spurs, go!
Go!
No, I watched a little bit of hockey last night, man. Blackhawks blanked the Rangers. I mean, it was in Chi-Town, but yeah, watch a little bit of the pond ice last night, man. How about the Kraken? Are you watching? You big fan of the Seattle Kraken out there?
No,
Kraken took down the Kings, so Kraken kind of surprising. I didn't expect them to be even kind of middle of the road. I kind of expect them to be a little bit, at the bottom of the barrel for a while, man. But yeah, it's Bedford at lights out last night too. So yeah, a lot. I don't know, man. Let's start getting into the pond talk here sooner or later. Of course, Tom's going to be wanting to come on, especially for the Winter Classic. So We got to get primed up and ready. Caps playing well. So might be a different type of year because Caps are playing well on the road. Logan LT is still playing top level inside the pipes, but the Caps are also playing well on the road. So might be a special season this year.
I do have some breaking news. I don't have any details yet, but there have been a few of you that have asked me about this NASCAR antitrust lawsuit with Michael Jordan and Front Row.
What the hell is going on with this?
It's a battle over money and NASCAR being a monopoly, and so apparently something is going on right now where this thing is about to get settled, but before it goes to the jury. So kind of check me out on the socials. I'll keep you updated with what's going on. But NASCAR's in a very ugly light right now with the amount of money that they are keeping and the teams are not getting.
Were they withholding from Jordan?
No, from all of them. They have the way
that I read it. My mind just went to it that they were just holding from Jordan and not all the other owners. So.
And I think what's happened is that you've had a lot of the more long tenured NASCAR owners that have been on the stand and that have given testimony, and it's a bad look for NASCAR. And I think the NASCAR apparently this morning has said, all right, we're ready to settle. So a settlement is coming. So follow me at the Rodney R. I'll keep you updated with what's going on because I really don't know. But Spurs last night, it was fun to watch. I think Michelle Beadle and I are the only ones that care about the Spurs right now. But we're coming. We're coming. There was a shot last night. Stephon Castle, he had the ball outside on the wing over on the right side. He dribbled forward. LeBron took about 3 steps backward, fell down on his old ass. Castle stepped back, drained a 3-pointer. It's beautiful to watch.
Lights out.
Beautiful to watch.
Absolutely lights out. What do we think about the new hockey format or the current hockey format? So to me, I think it takes away from the best games or the best potential games that could be setting up for.
I just saw your text. Oh my God, sorry, dude.
Yeah, dude. So during the commercials, she had a little bit of an accident, man. That's why I was a little bit late getting back.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I'm not laughing. I'm laughing at.
Did I say my Rodney Smith? My bad, buddy. I said the wrong name, man. God, I want your life so bad, dude.
Hey, it's that first name. It's that first name.
My bad.
When your name is Rodney, you know it all. Just ask me. No.
Where you want to go next, amigo?
What do we have? So tomorrow. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Big day on the for the 40 acres tomorrow. You got a huge volleyball game at 11, and then you've got Texas UConn. That's on the Fox. That's on Fox.
Are you still feeling somewhat optimistic about this game? Wanting to stay within 15?
Oh well, that's still hopefully
it's going to be bad, guys. Again, hopefully we can kind of stay in the first half like we did with Duke, but. Expect some growing pains, right? It's probably going to be a very strong battle down low, obviously, between, Vakatitis. So I'm expecting him to absolutely get his litmus test tomorrow, man. So,
yeah. Jason, great job.
Going up against one of the best players in the league, in the nation.
Absolutely. Great observation there by Jason. And again, this wasn't planned. It's just one of these things that came out to where, talking about the Sherrone Moore thing, I think to Wags and I both, when you see that, you obviously go to the drama.
We didn't have depression on or PSA announcements on the slate today. So
no, we absolutely didn't. But I mean, a big part of me when I see that this thing goes to him being detained for going to that girl's house and trying to break in and kill them both, my first thing is that guy needs some help. And so does the young lady, even more after that. So anyway, yes, reach out, guys, reach out. Seriously. Let's see. Sorry. Thursday night football. It is Thursday, right? Is it Thursday?
Lost in all the chaos. It is Thursday night football. Dun, 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 dun. All right, man. Where are we at here? Falcons and Broncos. 4.5 is the line. Where you want to go first, man?
I think Tampa Bay, I hate to use that must-win thing, but got to keep winning right now because that division's Carolina's hanging around, right? So
Carolina's still there, but ultimately I think the Bucs are going to be shaping this up and taking it down. Bijan's the only saving grace that they have. They can't figure out the quarterback spot here in Atlanta. And whenever Atlanta feels like they're hanging in the game, they ultimately step on their dick and then they're gone. So.
I know. And it's like just when I'm saying that you need to fire the coach and you need to do all these different things, they pop up and win a game. But that's been the NFL this year, to where it's so roller coaster all over the place.
Who does Carolina have this week?
Man, I couldn't tell you.
They got the Saints. They have the Saints. So Carolina could bounce up in front of the Bucks.
But the Saints are suddenly looking a little bit competitive from time to time, and quarterback there for Carolina, he's a little inconsistent. So in Tampa Bay, you have got to win. You have got to keep winning, because Carolina's sitting right there ready to pounce on your ass, and Carolina with the more favorable schedule right now, so they've put themselves in a spot to where they can claim the South. And again, another division that I totally thought at the beginning of the year was, it's kind of one of those in that division. And here we go. We got a race to the end going on, which,
who is, I'm trying to see who's active tonight.
Who's quarterbacking tonight? Is it?
It's going to be Cousins.
Oh, Cousins. Okay. All right. Kirk Cousins. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Penix is on IR. I'm trying to see if London's actually going to play or not. I think London's going to be out too, but
yeah.
Great call. I don't know. This not well for Atlanta, right? But they always feel like they're in the game. They always feel like they're hanging around, and then they just ultimately throw it away. No pun intended. They usually throw an interception and give it the opportunity away to the other team. So.
And to Rob's call right here, I mean, I do love how the NFL does just a great job with this, and they look like geniuses when it's all said and done. To where you get to the end of the season, like we talk about the NFC East, it's going to be the Commanders. I think they're going to have such a pivotal role in deciding the winner of that division, because they get the Cowboys once, and then they get the Eagles twice, and the Cowboys play the Giants, and these matchups get really, really big. Even if it's teams that maybe aren't in the hunt right here, but that can spoil things. And that's where the NFL does a great job of scheduling. That's where it's so frustrating with college football, where we're trying to compare teams that don't even have a snowball's chance in hell to play each other, and crown division champions.
Well, my question, and then producer Jake chimes in, Bijan needs to get away from that stupid franchise so bad. My question to all you guys is, what's the return? Or what's that tag going to look like, right? Like, at least a first rounder in there, possibly packaged, a first rounder this year, a first rounder next year. They're gonna want something for the best. I don't know. You could say it's Gibbs. That's the best running back in the league right now based off of production, but he's got one hell of a line that he's running behind. But I think this guy does it all. And that's not just my burnt 40 bias here. It's, the guy, he's fantastic out of the back. He can block. He does it all. I don't know. Pass pro, Gibbs is fantastic, but they bring Montgomery in there for a reason, right? Bijan can do everything. It just sucks that Algier takes away his totes.
When I think of Bijan being traded, the first thing that comes to mind would be, would the Falcons be stupid enough, like some of these franchises, to trade him to somebody in the NFC?
I think they would take whoever would give him the picks for it, or the draft capital. Right?
Yeah, obviously,
regardless, I don't think they care about division anymore. I don't.
Good call.
Shit.
Yeah, because they're not in a place to contend. so that's a good call. Yeah, but can you imagine like Bijan on Seattle? Man, that
or hell, even Green Bay. Like, I know they have Jacobs up there right now, but I mean him just carving it up and getting Green Bay a little bit more versatile. I feel like Jacobs is just more of the wrecking ball.
Yeah, the owner is as bad as Jerry Jones. I mean, Jerry Jones made some good moves this year. That I got to tell you, those trade deadline moves. I mean, it kind of stiffened up the defense and has put them back in a position to contend. So I've got to take a little steam off of Jerry there.
Saquon's there, but Saquon's not having the season that he had last year, right? And of course, like, how in the hell do you repeat that type of year, right? When you're at max level productivity. But yeah, I mean, Saquon's top three. I'm just, in my opinion, though, after this year, it's got to be Gibbs and Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, and I think you and I talked about that. How would Saquon Barkley? How would he back up last year? because that was going to be really hard to back up. For a more veteran running back to try to back that up, and obviously he hadn't, and there's a lot of discontent and all this, that, and the other going on in Philadelphia, and the lack of the running game, probably not his fault. I mean, it's just an offensive oblivion going on over there right now.
Again, it's hard to repeat that type of success the same amount, but when you got tape on you and people know the schemes on you. Hell, Philly's on a 3-week slide right now, man. Like, who'd ever see that coming too? So.
Yeah, and we'll see.
A lot of that is our guy Hurts. So, or I say our guy. Like, I say the only reason why I say my guy is because he's on my fantasy team. So,
hey, man, I heard that there was some questions in a press conference yesterday about changing quarterbacks, about benching Hurts.
Why would you make that move right now? I understand that he's playing poorly. He's playing five turnovers. He accounted for 5 turnovers just himself, but I think you let him play through it. It is very close to the playoffs, right? But again, like I rather go, the devil, I'd rather go with what I know than throw somebody into the wild here going into the playoffs. But I mean, based off of your road, I guess you make that decision when you get there. But me going forward now, I stay with Hurts.
And this is what Philadelphia does. They go off the rails, and this is the same question all the time.
They had this shit happen to them last year, right? Right before the playoffs, and then they galvanized, and then they were able to get through it.
Yeah, and you're sitting there questioning the head coach, and I think the thing about it is, if I watch the game this Sunday at noon, and they come out and they curb stomp the Raiders, which they should, I'm thinking, oh man. Because then you go at Washington, the Bills, that's going to be a great matchup there, and then the Commanders twice in 3 weeks. So it's very attainable for them. It's very easy for them to get right. They just got to get their shit together, and that worries me because that's what Philadelphia does, Wags. That's exactly what Philadelphia does.
I'm going to say Falcons win tonight. Panthers win on Sunday. And they take control of this South.
Isn't this great? I tell you, man, this is
unpredictable. That's the narrative that I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's a narrative that I want.
Carolina in the South, Chicago in the North, just like we said months ago, right? New England dominating.
I think everybody predicted the Bucks to be the outright winner of the South this year.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Coming back, they are 4.5 favorites tonight. Double R, do you like it?
I'm taking the Falcons. I think the Falcons are going to win outright tonight. I think that this is going to just kind of set off a topsy-turvy week in the NFL this week because you don't know what you're going to get from week to week. I'm taking the Falcons in a stunner because Tampa Bay is all over the map too. So
Buccaneers rush defense is 8th in the league. Pass defense is 27th in the league. You like to think that you're going to see a lot of underneath shit between Robinson and then Algier. London out. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I want to say maybe Pitts gets active and is able to carve it up inside the hashes, but that ain't happening.
That dude is never going to.
And especially with London out, they're just going to be rolling over defense or rolling coverage over to Pitts and taking away or bracketing him. That's what I would do. I would bracket him tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so that'll be Thursday night. Tomorrow we talk about it's a good slate on Sunday. You had Detroit and the Rams. That'll be fun to watch.
We can get to that. Shit. Do we got time to continue our college football predictions, or can we get to that? We spent a lot of time on Sherrone Moore.
I don't see anybody, so I guess
too much time on Sherrone Moore. So,
well, again, that.
Yeah, but I don't want to get I don't want to get halfway through the quarterfinal and then, or halfway through the semi and then not be able to talk about the final there. So
yeah, we'll just wait on that.
Yeah, we'll pick it up tomorrow. And then we'll hit the rest of the slate. I mean, all we have is Army Navy. Yay! Prisoner exchange. That's tradition in college football. Yeah. That's literally all. That's the only thing I talk about every year about Army Navy, man.
It's a beautiful game.
Best tradition. It is, in my opinion, it is the best tradition in all of football.
It's a beautiful game. I will tell you that. So I do want to ask you. So man, this word
ask you, Double R. What do you want to ask?
This word is really starting to get a little bit hot right now, especially with Notre Dame opting to not play in a bowl game. Sounds like your Mara family, they want to go get Marcus Freeman become the head coach of that franchise right there.
I don't want Marcus Freeman. I don't want that type of mindset.
It wasn't him, dude. That was the AD. Marcus Freeman. I guarantee you that dude would love to play that game.
100%. But you're the head coach. Stand up, thump your chest, or at least make a statement. And I get that. Like, I guess you do have to kind of succumb to the fucking whatever the AD puts out for you, right?
Yeah.
Or else it's it's the extent of your job or the expense of your job. So
how about Michigan backs out of, obviously, and like if Michigan backed out of this Citrus Bowl, I would understand. They got some shit happening. Notre Dame slides in. We get Texas Notre Dame in the Citrus Bowl. I'd be good with that. Notre Dame.
I'd be all right. I mean, yeah. What's the bowl? Seriously though, what's the bowl game to you, anyways? If you're not in the playoff, what's the bowl game for you?
Bowl game.
Kind of what Sarkisian said. It's just it's all about future reps. It's all about reps for the future players or the future of the program, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to go out of my way to make sure that I'm sitting at home for this game. Like I can go watch this game at a friend's house for this one, right? Where week in and week out, you usually got to watch this at one of our houses or whatever, just so we can pay attention to the damn game and be able to talk about it. For this game, I can pay attention to it from across the room and be like, oh, who's in now? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Touchdown, Texas.
I'm not trying to be like Notre Dame, but it kind of, since we got left out, let's be optimistic about it, but ultimately realistic at the same time. We're not fighting for a national championship.
That's just where it sucks, where the bowl system is so watered down to where these things, they used to mean more. And I totally get now that they don't. And it was always a very small group of bowls that actually, orange, sugar, cotton, whatever, that were the ones that actually mattered. And but it seemed like back in those days, for format, totally different environment, totally different everything, to where it was a big deal to go to a bowl game. And now it's like, fuck, I got to go to a bowl game. Exactly what
you're right. It's like you got to serve a duty, right? Serving a duty is going to a bowl game. If you don't go to the playoff, it's like, God, man, now we're gonna risk getting injured and shit.
It's like community service, yeah. It's like community service when they tell you have to go pick up trash. Like, shit.
Don't have that experience, man. I've had the Marine Corps tell me that I got to pick up a whole bunch of other shit, but
yeah, you got to go pick up aluminum cans. Damn. Anyway. Henry.
I don't know, because this Sherrone Moore, Jose Rodriguez comes in with a question for those of you guys that are listening to it and not able to watch the show. Better story, Wags and Rodney, Bobby Petrino being caught after wrecking a motorcycle with Chuck, or Sherrone having a plan B door dashed to him getting caught? I'm gonna go, the better story right now is Petrino, because this story that's unfolding still is very disturbing. Not that Petrino's story wasn't disturbing in its own right, but this has got some shit with it, man. This has got some awfulness to it.
All right. Can I ask a question?
What's up, D? What's up? How are you first, D? Are you good?
Your show. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Your show.
It's been a morning. To Jose Rodriguez, and I've checked out of the Sherrone Moore story since last night, so I'm genuinely asking: is Jose repeating the Scott Hughes basketball tweet? Because that is not a real account, folks. That is a fake account. Scott Hughes CBB on Twitter, who tweeted out that Sherrone Moore had Plan B DoorDash to his house. That is not.
I didn't even see that one. I've just seen all the other shit. The only thing that I reported is that he was being held and detained for possible suicide watch, and that he was fired from Michigan because of sexual misconduct. So
yeah, the only reason I'm mentioning that is because, and listen, I'm not bashing Jose, because I'm not going to name the sport, because I don't want to inadvertently throw anybody under the bus, but a UT administrator, and this is kind of the era we're in, double R Wags, Jordan, a UT sport admin had to send out an email to the media list saying, hey, if you see a tweet from insert account saying that Texas is going to participate, I'm not going to say the sport, an event in Dubai, it is not real, because it was getting so much traction. So the journalistic pet peeve of mine there. Scott Hughes, CBB, that is not a real account. So that's the only account I saw that tweeted that about Sherrone Moore. Everything else, seemingly we've heard, is real. But I saw that one making the rounds. And it sounds crazy considering how crazy the story has been, but that is not real.
It's just getting crazy.
Yeah, and thanks, Elon, for fucking up Twitter for all of us, because now we have places like Kalshi or whatever the hell it is, the sports betting or prediction market, whatever, that is now like sponsoring these burner accounts and making it to where they seem like actual employees and actual reporters. And so, the morons who get their news from Facebook that have moved over to Twitter are taking this as actual news. And it's not. And I will give some credit to these burner accounts. They are smart enough to actually like aggregate real things that happen as if they're breaking the news.
Mix it in.
So that whenever they post some horseshit like this.
At this point, I'm sure everything they put in there is automated and scripted.
Yeah, and it's funny too, because like their profile photos are like dudes in suits. So it's like, whose LinkedIn did you rip this off of?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, imagine the person who is actually Scott Hughes' profile photo seeing this and being like, this motherfucker,
real quick, can I tell, like, and I hate to be like, so serious about it, but this is the scary shit, Wags, Double R, Jordan. A friend of mine, Jordan, Gabby Urterra, who works with Gabby's my boy. He's a 24/7 reporter, works with the Miami site. One of these accounts just said, "Oh, per Gabby Urterra, such and such deal happened in Miami." And Gabby's like with his wife for 3 hours. He's like, "Whoa, dude, I'm having to get calls from from Mario Cristobal saying, 'Did you report this?'" And he's like, "No, I didn't report this. Like, this is crazy." So that's the scary thing, is like, you just knock on wood as someone who works in this field that someone's not going to be like, per Eric C. Henry _ such and such and such, because trust me, the folks over there at UT, John Bianco, Thomas Stepp and company, they won't have mercy on me.
No.
While I'm trying to explain this wasn't me. So
yeah. Well, see, that's why you do like Urban Meyer. Just be a creepy old dude out in public in front of everybody where everybody can see. There's no question. It's wide open what went on. Jeez. Crazy.
Absolutely nuts. What's on the slate, gents? I assume we had some people leaving the Burnt 40.
Gonna talk some transfer portal. Sorry, I just got a text. Gonna talk some transfer portal stuff for Texas, and then we have to talk about Sherrone Moore in Michigan. We have to.
That's how we were. Like, we were just like, how do we not talk about it? It's staring at us right in the fucking face. Like, you have to address it.
It's the biggest story in college football. We have to talk about it. Okay,
I'm
gonna take this toy away from my dog.
And I'll answer those basketball questions that came in real quick. The feedback questions that came in yesterday, I'll make sure to touch on those.
Guys, so I asked Wags when we first started Chaos Theory this morning. I'm like, is it too crazy to say what else can happen in this college football calendar year?
Yeah, we don't get enough popcorn for this time of the year.
We still have how many days left in this year? What could happen next? Jeez.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right, well, y'all have a good show. We'll see y'all. I'll see y'all mañana.
Yes, sir. Well, hey, welcome
I'm
into the.
Gonna take off too. I'll be listening, man. Yeah, I can't wait to hear what y'all say later.
Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Eric Henry. Sorry, I was looking for these basketball questions. Did you cover the Chris Beard stuff?
I did not.
Yeah, that one was very interesting. Anytime I hear the name Chris Beard or see him, the first thing I think of is the photo that somehow got shared from a security camera of him like taking his mugshot where he's just standing there. And then him walking out of the courthouse or jail or whatever, and the entire Texas media market is there. Hey Chris, and he's just staring at the ground.
You're good, Jordan. The hoops questions were from yesterday. I actually remember off the top of my head, so I can hit on them super quick. But one of the questions was basically asking, hey, like, is this one of those games where we just go up and get slaughtered? I'll be honest. Prior to the Virginia loss, I felt really optimistic about Texas UConn. I felt like, in specificity, Kendall Weaver kind of facing Silas Demery. For those who do not remember, Silas Demery scored 26 points when he was with Georgia last year. when Georgia came to Texas and blew out Texas doors 83-67. Kendall Weaver wasn't available for that game. So I kind of felt optimistic that Kendall Weaver, Tremont Mark could do a solid job on Silas Demery. Alex Caravan, who Sean Miller called one of the great college basketball players of his time. That feels a little hyperbolic. But I mean, I guess really, if you stay in school for 4 years and you win 2 national titles as a starter, I guess you're going to earn praise from like old school coaches like Sean Miller, who played 4 years as a point guard at Pitt. Alex Caravan's a really good player, but Jordan, you don't have to be a basketball savant to know this. If you're
I've never heard of this dude.
well, that and like the best dudes are going pro after 1 year, right? So like there's that, right? This is the classic Dylan Mitchell situation here, right? Where D Mitch has the talent, but he's in his 4th year of college basketball because he's not really draftable in that sense. But Alex Caravan, really good player, had 21 and 11 against Texas when he played for UConn, or when UConn came down here last year. Thought that'd be a decent matchup with Matis and Lassina Traore, but again, the Virginia game happened. So to answer that question, as far as is this a game that kind of hang around? Yeah, I think the best case scenario is Texas plays UConn tough for 25, 30 minutes, but then they pull away. That's a venue, XL Center in Hartford, that they haven't lost since 2022. They're 30-4 since 2021. Also, like Sean Miller's a good coach. Sean Miller's a really good coach. That's undeniable. Dan Hurley is arguably the top 2-3 coaches in college basketball, right? So there's that. So yeah, that's kind of the expectation there. Just quickly on hoops.
You're not going up there to Connecticut, are you?
No, I was. But honestly, when the Virginia game happened, I was like, I want to pull back on this one. So, and truth be told, Jordan, like I think I told the story here. My mom has family in Hartford, so I was super excited to like actually go see where my mom went to high school and all that stuff. But there are a couple trips I'm thinking about making this year in SEC play, notably Rupp Arena, because obviously that's a legendary arena. And I'm, you know what? I have randomly enough, I have a friend who just took a job in Norman, or took a job in OKC, but they live in Norman. My apologies. took a job in OKC, make that clear. And they're living in Norman. I might go head up to a Lloyd Noble Center, which I've heard is a complete dump. But I might hit the Lloyd Noble Center to go check that out.
Nice. All right. Well, hey, we're going to get right into the portal talk. We will talk Michigan, Sherrone Moore, ramifications in the Texas-Michigan Citrus Bowl. But first, some portal players. So this morning, Derek Williams, it was announced he's entering the portal, was completely expected, has been expected. Kind of a similar situation to C.J. Baxter. Not quite the same player after the injury. His injury was a little more cut and dry than Baxter's. Baxter had like an ACL, PCL, MCL, I think. Just blew up his knee. Whereas Derek Williams, I believe, was just a regular ACL tear. But, making some calls the last few weeks, reaching out to people to try to get a read on guys that were going in the portal. Pretty much every single person I talked to said Derek Williams. Mentally, was not in a great place, didn't trust his knee a ton coming off the injury. I even kind of feel like we saw a little bit of that during our practice availabilities in fall camp whenever he had that huge brace on his knee. And it's sad, it's a hard thing to mentally overcome an injury and feeling like you can really plant on that foot, that knee, and not be worried about, re-tearing it or aggravating it or straightening it or whatnot. So, wish him the best going forward. Since he only appeared in 4 games last year, he played the first 3, and then in the 3rd game versus UTSA got banged up, ended up missing the 4th non-con game in the Mississippi State game, and then returned for the Oklahoma game towards ACL in that game, and only played in four total matches. So he's been in college for 3 years, but he will have 2 years left. And I'm with you, Woodcrest. He was on a great trajectory before that injury. Had a great game versus OU up until that injury. And even as a freshman, showed a lot of flashes. The Raptor out of New Iberia and, Westgate High School. So, again, wish him the best. I've seen some people say LSU. I don't see him ending up at LSU unless they lose their entire secondary room. But he should end up somewhere Power 4. So, yeah. And, again, it was very expected the whole time. Wardell Mack, on the other hand, is a bit of a different situation. It was reported that he was entering the portal or intends to. And the way this business works, whenever someone reports something, you kind of have to aggregate it or get it up, or else you get asked about it on your site. That's what we did at Horns 24/7. There have been some conflicting reports if he is, in fact, actually going in the portal or not. And hey, at Horns 24/7, we have text out to sources right now. The only thing is Texas is currently in practice right now, and Wardell Mack is apparently practicing as well. So maybe we hear back while we're on the stream in the next hour. Maybe it'll be later in the afternoon that we hear back, but Wardell Mack is a maybe for the portal. I know it's getting reported. I still do think he will end up in the portal come January. I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that, Eric.
No, yeah, pretty much you kind of nailed it, right? I've reached out to a source as well. It's pretty much said basically what you said, that Wardell Mack is taking part in practice. So we'll see. Obviously, gonna be a lot of transition with the roster in that secondary. So we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, kind of a wait and see type of situation.
Yeah, and if he does end up in the portal, so talking to some people last few weeks, I've heard that Texas would like to be able to move Grayson Littleton to corner. Talking to a former player who's at practice, follows the team pretty closely, he wants Grayson Littleton to move to safety, which I'd never really thought about, but I think he can do it. Primarily played corner in high school, obviously primarily played nickel year one at Texas, but could maybe play safety. Played a little bit in high school, and is obviously a high IQ player, not a high IQ player. Or you are one if you're starting day one, week one versus Ohio State, Jeremiah Smith, like he did. So should be able to make that transition if they want to move him to corner or safety. Now, if he gets moved to corner, the common thought was that Wardell Mack is going to start at nickel. He'd kind of been the number 2 guy off the bench. Jalen Gilbo is out of eligibility. He can't return next year. And so you start thinking, if Mack does end up in the portal, what happens with Littleton in the corners? I think first off, it's really good to have the versatility with Littleton that he can play, those different positions. But Jordan Johnson or belly nickel. He played it his senior year at IMG. I believe he played it his junior year at IMG as well. IMG, at least during his senior year, was running the exact same defense as Texas, 4-2-5. And this has been reported. I don't think many people know this, though. The main guy who kind of runs IMG in their football program, he's the guy in charge of scouting and getting kids into the program and helping them with their recruitments. He is the father of a Texas assistant. Mitch Zalotti is the Texas assistant's name. He is one of Kyle Flood's offensive line assistants. I think his title is offensive line analyst or offensive analyst. So, I mean, when I went and saw JJR play his senior year after he'd already committed to Texas, I asked him, hey, you played in a 4-2-5 tonight. That's what y'all been running all year. How much comfort does that give you knowing that it can be an easier transition to Texas? And he talked about, it's great. We have the exact same calls as Texas and run the exact same defense as Texas. I think things have maybe changed a bit. It's a new secondary staff compared to what he played under last year and what he committed to and signed to play for. But he could probably do it. I think Kobe Black could probably do it. And if Wardell Mack does end up in the portal, I think it definitely raises the chances of Kobe Black coming back. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. And also, Samari Matthews is a guy we've been bullish about making an impact in year one. If Mack ends up, in the portal, Santana Wilson's already in the portal. There could be 1 or 2 more corners that go in the portal. Samari Matthews, the door continues to swing open wider and wider for him to play impact snaps in year one. So, yeah, that's kind of what I got. And regarding safeties in the portal, I'm still kind of under the same thought process. If you get Jelani McDonald back, you have to go get a portal safety no matter what. If he leaves, you have to get 2, and one of those has to be a difference maker that can start day one. Khalil Barnes at Clemson is a guy that's been brought up. He's probably the best safety that has announced his intentions to go in the portal. The thing with him is, some red flags there. Attitude and I guess kind of discipline stuff at Clemson. And, it's been well documented. People in his camp were adding Clemson coaches during games. kind of similar to Deontay Foreman's father whenever Charlie Strong made him carry the ball like 60 times versus Kansas. So I don't know if he's a guy Texas will be super interested in. I'm sure they're vetting him. In fact, I know they're vetting him. That's what you pay guys in a personnel and scouting department to do. But up until he's officially in the portal on January 2nd, there's not really much more I can say. So yeah.
Jordan, can I hit on a Bear 101-897's tweet, the one about how you get in the portal?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm trying to see how I can word this without outing a source. When I was covering Conference USA, covering G5s, I had a person who actually was in the compliance department of a school. Okay. And for those who Jordan knows, for those who don't know, like there's a process. It's not like you just like, hey, I'm in the portal, right? No, you have to go to the compliance people. You have to be like, hey, my intent is to enter the portal. You have to fill out the necessary documents to put yourself in the portal. It's not like you just walk in and be like, yo, I'm in the portal, right? Like you have to go through the process of doing all of this. Then that process is completed, and then you are officially in the portal. Right? Like it's not just like, hey, I'm posting. Now you can, and this is where it gets tricky. And I'm not saying this is what happened with Wardell Mack, but when I was covering Conference USA, this would happen a lot of times, right? The kid would go in and be like, especially much smaller school, right? Not talking about Texas. The kid would go in and be like, yo, I'm going to go in the portal. Or they would tweet out their intent to go in the portal. And they'd be like, yo, they may have tweeted out, but I don't have the paperwork, so they're not in the portal, right? Like they haven't gone through the steps, right? So it is a whole process to do that.
Yeah, and I'm almost positive that so like you broke down the process. You got to go to compliance. Whenever you go to compliance, they give you paperwork to fill out,
right?
And you fill that out, and then it can take 6 hours for you to officially be in the portal. It can take 24. It can take up to 72. It's how the database works with the NCAA. And the only people that have access to the portal database, like the actual NCAA transfer portal, are people on college staffs. Now, reporters have access to it because if you're tight enough with the source, they give you your login.
Right.
And that is how, if a player doesn't announce it or if a reporter doesn't get told, someone at every company, 24/7 on 3, is spamming refresh on the portal to see the names that go in. So that kind of is a behind the scenes look. Another thing too, the people in the compliance office, they don't know shit to the football staff. They don't have to call them and say, hey, Eric Henry's down here right now filling out his paperwork. Now, at some schools, it's different. They're calling football right away. And most of the time, the player has met with the staff before. But in other cases, I mean, like I knew someone, Jordan Hudson, who's now not Bill Belichick's girlfriend, but Jordan Hudson, the SMU receiver, who's from Garland, went to TCU originally, and after 1 year, portaled out. And I knew someone in the compliance office who reached out to a buddy of mine, and it's like, hey, Jordan Hudson's down here right now. And the guy was like, what? And he called the people on the TCU staff like, hey, do you know Jordan Hudson's going in the portal? And they had no idea. And the compliance person didn't tell them. And then a few hours later, he was officially in the portal database, and that was it. So, yeah, but that's kind of how it works. Another person I forgot to mention, if Wardell Mack does leave, that could potentially play nickel, Xavier Filsaime. And you think about it too, like with his struggles this year, playing in space, operating in space, and just the coverage bus, you do less thinking at nickel. Now, you have to be physical. You have to be able to make tackles. He didn't tackle super well in open field this season, but he could potentially get a run there. I've talked a lot about him too. I don't think he's going to play much, if at all, as a freshman, unless it's special teams or non-conference blowouts. But Yaheem Riley, the Austin Anderson 3-star safety signing for Texas, he can play nickel or safety, even corner too. So that's kind of someone to watch for the future at that position as well. Let's see if we have any other questions here regarding the portal players. Eric, have you seen Bo Ogden live?
You know what's crazy is I've been meaning to actually get out and watch Bo Ogden. I'm actually going to try to do that before the end of the year. I've heard that he's filling it up. He's definitely, you know, kind of that the archetype, you know, the white player archetype, shooting it from long range. But I'm definitely gonna get out there and see him before season's done.
Yeah. Sticky, I'll be honest, I really don't know much about these guys. Like, I know their positions and where they come from, but I don't have a ton to say right now. They're going to get looks, though, from Texas. I mean, like right now, every single Power 4 personnel scouting team that has their shit in order has someone who has notifications on for Hayes Fawcett, Matt Zenitz, Chris Hummer, Pete Thamel. And every single player that enters, they go and watch that guy's tape, look up his PFF. You know, did we recruit this guy out of high school? What are the notes we have in our database from recruiting him? Things like that. And those jobs are made easier for everyone involved too, because nowadays all the agents want credit. So 90% of the tweet says Eric Henry's entering the portal per his agent, blah, 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 of blah, blah, blah agency. So then the schools that are interested, they just hit up the agent because, you know, players, they can't enter until January 2nd. And you can't, like, a coach can't directly talk to a player on another team until they're officially in the portal. But the workaround is you call the agent and they talk and they're the middleman. And a loophole, too, that is kind of hilarious to me. Eric, did you know that if let's say Brandon Harris, for example, is interested in Khalil Barnes, right? Brandon Harris, the Texas GM, Khalil Barnes, the Clemson safety. If Brandon Harris calls Khalil Barnes' agent, and Khalil Barnes and the agent adds Khalil Barnes to the call on a 3-way call, it is legal.
Yes.
And now it's kind of bullshit because Brandon Harris can't directly call Khalil Barnes, but he can call his agent who can add Khalil Barnes, and that's legal. So, way to go, NCAA. So, yeah. Let's see. Nathan said that happened with Juan Davis. I still don't know what went on with Juan Davis. Like, he was officially in the portal and went to the compliance office, submitted his paperwork, and was in there. And then his name got pulled like 10 minutes later. So I think he probably showed up to the office, submitted his paperwork, and then Texas didn't realize until he was in the portal. And we're like, hey, we'll pay whatever you want. Right. Come on. So, yeah, Antoine said, Connor Wigman announced he's returning. Let's hope Keyshawn Henderson wins QB2 and gets ready for 2027. Yeah, Henderson is going to win QB2. And I do think they're going to, like, install packages for him similar to what Mississippi State did this year with, God, I'm forgetting his name. It's a freshman kid they have from small town Mississippi. He's a future at quarterback for them. They put him in on certain plays.
Oh, God. I know you're talking about too, and it's escaping me.
Yeah. He'll be good. He has like best QB in the SEC potential. He's a lottery ticket type of quarterback. But I think that's what they'll do. Another thing, I don't know if anyone saw this. So Michael Bishop, the former K-State quarterback, Heisman finalist, the cousin of Texas signing Jermaine Bishop, has been Keyshawn Henderson's head coach at Houston, or the Legacy School of Sports Sciences, whatever school it was. He was the head coach there. And wanted Keyshawn to go to Houston, wanted him to stay home. I mean, at the end of the day, too, he was going to support Keyshawn no matter what. He resigns as head coach at Legacy, the School of Sports Sciences. It wasn't a forced resignation like most Texas high school football coaches who resign. He genuinely resigned. And then this week, he's on staff at Houston as an assistant quarterbacks coach, coaching the Cougars. That used to be a humongous NCAA violation, but the rules have changed. And it's interesting, too, because whenever I went to Willis in May, that day that Jermaine Bishop decided to commit when I was at the school because he didn't want it to leak or whatnot, talking to Trent Miller, the Willis head coach, we were talking about Lagway because Lagway, he coached him at Willis, right? And I'm like, how close is he actually to flipping to A&M or Houston? Now, the A&M stuff is another story. But for Houston, he said Willie Fritz showed up his first, like the day after Pete Thamel or whatever announced he was taking the UH job. He showed up at Willis. He hadn't hired a single assistant coach, coordinator, any of that, and was at Willis to recruit Lagway and promised him everything in the world, NIL money, all that. And while he's in the room, Fritz, Lagway, and Trent Miller, the Willis head coach, he tells DJ, hey, if you come to Houston, he can be our quarterback's coach, putting the pressure on him. And Lagway apparently was like, okay, Fritz leaves, and Miller told I make good money. I'm a head coach at a 6A school in Texas high school football. You do not feel like you have to go to Houston for this. I'm going to be okay. Like, if you don't want to go there, you're fine. And Lagway's apparently like, oh, man, thank you so much, coach, because I do not want to go to Houston. So it worked with Keyshawn, but yeah, so that is it. Sorry, I'm still looking at some of these other ones.
No, you good.
Michigan reporters saying other reporters are covering up the more stuff too. Look, Michigan has known about this for a long time. It has been reported from actual reporters, not burner accounts on Twitter, that Michigan apparently had an investigation in the summer where they interviewed Sherrone Moore and the mistress separately, and they both denied everything. Said, no, we're not banging. None of this. And Michigan said, okay. Went on. An internal investigation has happened over the last 2 weeks. Kind of interesting timing. It makes you think if he beats Ohio State, do y'all still investigate? Because they knew the entire time they could fire him for cause. And I've known about this since late October, early November. Heard from someone in our company who heard from an agent. I was like, there's no way. Call another agent. They tell me. I'm like, oh, shit. And if I, a recruiting analyst for the Texas, this for a month and a half, Michigan has known about this way longer. So kind of some shady stuff there.
Just going to add, if you a recruiting reporter on the Texas site, and if me, a beat reporter on the Texas site, had heard about, you heard about prior to, when we rode together to Athens, I didn't know about it. I found out about it. I found out about rumors probably like a week and a half after that trip, right? So again, if we had heard stuff about this, Jordan probably had more, intricate details, Michigan.
Yeah. And I'm curious if anything more is going to come out, because no pun intended, but the people I heard this from said multiple assistants, not just one. They said assistants. So curious if there's anything else. I'm sure Michigan is probably going to try to damage control that and make it seem like there's only one. But yeah, okay. So regarding what can happen, Michigan has given Biff Poggi, Jeff Howe's favorite coach of all time, the interim title. And it looks like the Citrus Bowl is still on. We'll see if that remains the case. It looks like it will remain the case. But regarding players Texas could look at in their 2026 recruiting class, Malachi Lee, the belle of the ball. He's the top 247 offensive tackle. It was Michigan over Texas and Alabama. And Adam Gorney of Rivals reported a story with quotes from his father where they're like, yeah, this caught us off guard. We have to consider this, talk with our family, and, make the decision from there. And it's also interesting because they brought up the main offensive line assistant at Michigan left for Syracuse 3 hours after Malachi Lee signed his letter of intent on signing day. And then Sherrone Moore, who was his primary recruiter as the head coach, obviously gets fired for, being too horny. So I don't know. I don't know how to put chances on it. I haven't heard anything that leads me to believe he's, going to end up at Texas or Bama, but it's very easy to speculate he will not end up at Michigan. Now, we'll see if that's the case. Who are they going to hire? Kalen DeBoer, I've been told Michigan is a job he would leave Alabama for, and that's, being reported elsewhere as well. And Bama finished, second or third for him in recruiting. Maybe he's cool with playing for the Bama staff in Michigan. I'm not sure. If he does enroll in January, which I believe is the expectation, he has up until he enrolls to get out of his paperwork. But he can also show up in January and just enter the portal too. So, they'll be all right. And depending on the timing, if they do get DeBoer, they have, I think, 8 or 9 more days until their playoff. No, they have longer than that. They have a while to their playoff game. I don't expect the move to happen until after they lose to Oklahoma or get knocked out of the playoffs. So you look at the timing. When is that? Because if Michigan hires their coach, the portal window is the 2nd to the 16th. If they hire their coach, the window opens 5 days after if he's hired after the 16th. So it could end up being kind of a similar situation at Bama and Washington whenever DeBoer took Bama, Jed Fish took Washington, and Arizona was open, where the portal was closed everywhere else, only open for a few rosters and depart because they had no one to really add and they could only lose kids. So, yeah, but yeah, and the thing too with Sherrone Moore, the arrest stuff is obviously very sad. And apparently he's still in jail as of 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
But I mean, he was incredibly stupid. The amount of screenshots I've seen of his following list on Instagram this morning where he's just following OnlyFans models. Dude, you know that is public to the entire world? Not a good look.
Here's the thing, man. I don't want to make too much, light of this because, as you said, Jordan, dude's got 3 kids. His wife is gonna go through it. His kid's gonna go through it. That's sad. That sucks. Ain't nothing wrong with being that horny, but you are a corny motherfucker if you are hiring people on your staff as part of your program to do that. I'm sorry, that's just corny, dog. You first off, get a divorce. That's the first thing. Secondly, I just can't stand corny people I got to put this chick on staff in order to get with her. No, you should divorce your wife and have enough within you to talk to said woman. That's just a pet peeve there, Jordan. Go ahead.
Well, apparently she's been on the Michigan staff, but when he got the job, he promoted her, which almost doubled her salary.
Right. You saw that. It basically doubled. She's basically making what I'm making.
Yeah. And it's the executive assistant or whatever for the head coach. She's always with him. And I saw this video on Twitter from a month after she got promoted in early 2024 when he was named head coach after Harbaugh left. And it's him and the assistant talking at they're on the field for a lacrosse game, a Michigan lacrosse game.
Yeah.
And the amount of other videos and photos of these two people together around, it's Sherrone, man, you thought you could hide in plain sight. And the crazy thing too, if he beats Ohio State, I don't think this happens because Michigan was sitting on it this long. They could have sat on it longer. People are pissed off about them doing it after signing day. You're kind of screwing those kids over. But if you're Michigan, they did the smart play because if you fire them before signing day, those kids can leave and go elsewhere and sign elsewhere. If you do it after signing day, they can still go elsewhere. You can get out of your paperwork easily, and it's not like Michigan will hold those kids hostage. And even if they do, they can still go in the portal if they enroll in January. But after signing day, everyone else's 2026 class is pretty much full. Only the true difference makers like Malachi Lee, Savion Hyder are going to be able to pick their next landing spot if they get out of their paperwork. So it is shitty to those kids, those families, but it was a smart thing to do. And as shitty as it is, Texas did the same exact thing with Tom Herman. The same thing. It wasn't a week after signing day, though. It was 3, but still. So,
yeah,
and
I can't believe I'm gonna be in the same room as Biff Poggi again. I thought when I came to cover Texas, Jordan, that I would not be in the same room as Biff Poggi again. And at some point in time in Central Florida, I'm gonna be in the same room as Biff Poggi again, and that is going to be interesting. I'll just say this super quick, and I'm not trying to make a joke. Steve Sarkisian does not need to lose a football game to Biff Poggi, ever. I'm not saying it's a cardinal sin, oh my God, he's on the hot seat. Steve Sarkisian does not need to lose a football game to Biff Poggi. That. Just don't. Just don't. Especially Jordan, if he's going to wear the cutoff shit, just don't, dog. Just don't.
Hey, I've seen at Michigan all the photos of him have sleeves, so
okay, good.
Maybe they told him he's not allowed to do that. But I don't know, man. It's just so crazy. I'm very curious how long they've actually known Michigan has. And the thing too, my buddy who's a diehard Michigan fan, he's this is gonna be the biggest sports saga scandal of the year. I was bro, this isn't even the biggest scandal saga in Michigan in the last decade. It might not even be top 3, I mean, it probably is, but the science stealing stuff, Burgergate, their OC hacking into other computers, it's endless. It's endless. They also had someone on their staff arrested for child porn. Like, the whole Michigan man thing is blasphemous with how the football program goes about its stuff. And it's also hilarious because every single Michigan fan, Mel Tucker, and the same thing happens there too. So, yeah. I want to read some funny tweets that I bookmarked from the last 24 hours. And
sorry, I saw the comments that bring in more to replace Flood. Like, no,
he ain't.
No.
That ain't happening. Some FSU fan said there's got to be one single lady that loves Florida State enough. Someone said, I knew Sherrone Moore was done when he was on here asking Grok who the most famous person was that viewed his Twitter profile. And here is Mel Tucker and Sherrone Moore. It says, just two gooners doing it for the love of the game. Someone said, two very different schools of thought here. One is a traditionalist who prefers old-fashioned methods, while the other embraced technology. A true yin and yang. Pretty good. Here's a quote from Nick Saban's book. At this point, Saban paused and shuffled on his feet. The color had risen in his face. His players had no idea what to expect. Quote, ultimately, you never want to sleep with anybody who has less to lose than you do, he said. So ultimately, if I'm ever going to sleep around on Miss Terry, it's going to be with Hillary fucking Rodham Clinton.
That is hold on. That's from his book?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. That's an excellent fucking quote. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it is. Here, I'll put it on the screen. It's pretty good. I don't know what book this is from, but I bet you could pull it up pretty easily or find out pretty easily.
Yeah, let me just Google Nick Saban book and Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Yeah. Did I also feel bad for the family of this girl? Like, her dad has been a scout with the Chicago Bears for 40 plus years. And the first thing, if you Google her name that shows up, is this story on her like battling a disease and the family pushing through when she was 16 years old. And she's like, geez, man.
Hey, Jordan, real quick, right? Because I'm glad you mentioned that. Do we have confirmation on how old this woman is? Because I've seen like varying things.
I have no idea. I haven't really looked.
Okay. All right. The only reason I ask is because like I saw, again, it's the internet, right? So you don't know what's true and what's not. I saw someone say she's 32. I saw someone say she's like 21. There's a big difference between, okay, she said she's 31. I see it in the chat. Okay. Then I'm a back off. She
looked about low 30s, upper 20s.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because like if she's in her 30s, I'm not saying it doesn't make it like sad that like, okay, it's going to be difficult on her and her family. But if this was like a 19, 20, 21-year-old, then you get into the difference of like, yo, Sherrone's a whole ass adult. Not hating on Jordan. Jordan's my guy. His brain isn't fully formed yet. He'll make better decisions. He'll make better decisions than that, but his brain isn't fully formed yet, right? So like big difference there. So that's I'm glad we got that. Glad we got that part squared away. And one last with OnlyFans models. This brings me back to when I told the story here about the UConn. Oh, shit. Nothing. Never mind. No, Jordan. This is what happens when I start fucking talking and I forget that it's out of this. Continue, Jordan.
Okay. By the way, did you see in the Sherrone Moore fired thread on our site, someone was like, why is this so bad? What's so wrong about this? If it was consensual. And there's like 90 comments responding to this dude, like, are you a fucking idiot? Like, what are you talking about? By the way, another thing too, I thought about, his mugshot I don't think is dropped yet. That's going to be all over the place. Another thing, too, the body cam footage from his arrest, all that's going to come out, too. In the way it works in these college towns and surrounding towns of colleges, the police department will try to protect the program, university. They don't have to do that anymore. He ain't coaching in Michigan anymore. So I do think the body cam thing and probably interrogation stuff might come out, too. And will be very interesting. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to think about this. And by the way, some other guys too in Michigan's 2026 recruiting class that could potentially make sense. or sorry, hold on a sec. God, I always use Safari, except I have to use Google for StreamYard. And it's so annoying how every time you type in Horns 24/7, you have to scroll to the bottom because it's just ads.
Yeah.
But where is this? Sharing my screen. Okay, so Malachi Lee, obviously the belle of the ball. But Alistair Vallejo, I think, could be someone to watch. He's from Liberty Hill, local kid. Now, Texas never really recruited him. They had him on campus once or twice on an unofficial, but never really gave him time of the day. But things have changed. Texas entered, the month of December, a month before signing day, with 4 interior D-line commits. He signed 1. This kid has some Mason Graham to him in terms of like projection, body type, and type of prospect they represent. So he could potentially end up, if he ends up out of his paperwork, and end up at Texas. Now, I did see he gave quotes to several Michigan sites saying he isn't going anywhere. We'll see if that remains the case. And for folks that are interested, he chose Michigan over Notre Dame and Kansas. Now, these are 2 other guys in their 2026 class. So Texas liked both these guys a lot. They offered them, I believe, at the end of their junior year or in like January of their junior year, but was never able to get them to campus before they, committed and signed with Michigan. So if they end up getting out of their paperwork, Texas could be a school to watch for both of those guys. And then here is the list of players I could see Texas having interest in should they go in the portal. Nate Marshall up there at the top. He's kind of an edge defensive line tweener out of Chicago area. Texas actually snuck him on campus for an official visit, or might have been an unofficial, for one of the final home games of last year. I don't remember. And by snuck him on, I mean no one in the entire market had a heads up. No one in Michigan knew about it, and everyone found out when he walked into the stadium past reporters, and they were like, oh, shit, this is a top 50 prospect in the country. So he's already visited Texas. There's some relationships there. If he ends up in the portal, could be one to watch. Jordan Marshall, stud running back for them in year 2, will definitely be able to leave early for the NFL draft after next year at the pace he's on. Texas didn't really ever recruit this kid. In fact, I don't think they even offered him. But if he ends up in the portal, is going to be a top 5 running back in the portal. Shamari Earls, this is a kid they didn't recruit or offer either, but he played a lot for them as a freshman, has 3 years of eligibility left, was like a borderline 5-star, and was originally committed to Georgia, and then Michigan flipped him, and he's from Virginia. Andrew Marsh, I don't expect Texas to have much interest here, but I had to mention him. There was some other off-the-field stuff going on, not necessarily with him, but his camp during his recruitment process, and Texas, I don't think ever really pushed for it because of that and a few other factors. And with how much money is already invested in the receivers they signed in 2025, and with how much Andrew Marsh would command in the portal, I think he's highly unlikely. Then we have Nathaniel Owusu-Boateng. This is a kid Texas was trying to get in on an official visit not a couple weeks ago, at the end of the 2025 cycle. Obviously ended up at Michigan. His brother plays for the Browns and had a successful career at linebacker at Notre Dame. So Notre Dame could be one to watch as well. And he obviously is, an IMG teammate at Texas and JJR. So could be one to watch if he's in the portal, because he fits what I think Texas will target at linebacker. Younger guy with 3 to 4 years of eligibility left, because they basically only signed 1 linebacker in back-to-back classes in 2024 and 25. Blake Frazier, this is a kid Texas liked a lot out of high school, went to Vandergrift, local kid, grew up in Austin. The only thing is his dad played offensive line at Michigan, so I don't expect him to go in the portal. But if he does, fits what Texas could target. I know he played this year. In fact, I think he started for them, but I don't think he played much as a freshman. So either has 2 to 3 years of eligibility left, could be a tackle or guard, but I believe played right tackle for Michigan this year. Jaden Sanders, this is a kid out of Kilgore. He was a top 247 corner in 2025. Has played as a freshman, rotated in. Kind of have a funny story on him. And one of the former Texas defensive back coaches was at a game with him last fall, and they were looking at adding senior evals. in the secondary. And I'm like, what do you think about Jaden Sanders, who at the time was a top 100 prospect for 24/7 Sports out of Kilgore, Texas, in East Texas? And he straight up told me he didn't know who that was. So the personnel scouting team definitely has to know who this guy is, and definitely will if he goes in the portal. He can help Texas. And then TJ Metcalf, I don't know how this will quite work because he was at Arkansas and transferred into Michigan because Michigan had his younger brother and needed a starter at safety. This guy is good enough to start at Texas next year, I think, especially if Jelani McDonald leaves. So he could be one to watch. And then Tony Alford, I don't really expect him to – he might get retained by whoever the next coach is, but option for Texas and the running backs job that's open. The lead candidate still looks like Jabbar Jalouk, the former Florida running backs coach. But Alford's a name to know. Before Ohio State or before Michigan, he was at Ohio State for a decade. Kind of a rare hire because Michigan hired him off the Ohio State staff. Before that, he was at Notre Dame, Louisville, Iowa State, Washington, Kent State. So probably, I think a consensus top 5, top 10 running backs coach in the game. So one to know. And it's kind of interesting because really good recruiting background. I mean, he landed Travion Henderson. He is the number 1 running back in the country, signed to play for him at Michigan. But he's from Colorado, and Texas is, more so looking for a coach from SEC country. So don't know how realistic that is. Another thing too, went to Colorado State and applied for the Colorado State head coaching job, but it ended up going to Jim Mora. So sorry, I'm looking at some of these other
you good
questions. Hey. This is how I'm feeling. I'm 22. Isn't your brain supposed to stop developing or growing or fully forming when you're like 25, right?
25, correct. Yes.
Yeah. Man, the old tweets that have been brought up from Sherrone Moore's account. Did you see this one?
Nah, I didn't see that. Nah. All right.
I'll read it. He said, or I'll just put it on the screen. Or no. He said, "What a great week in Paris. Such a blessing to be a part of the Michigan family. Off to the Ville for the weekend to enjoy the Kentucky Derby festivities. Trifecta gala hosted by Diddy tonight to start it off." Hashtag can't stop, won't stop.
Yeah, Jordan, what I was attempting to say before I inadvertently, almost revealed it, almost outed, someone they're part of the story. And David Keith Williams, I saw your comment. Yes, as a reporter, you can't always. There are a lot of things you come across. You can't always repeat all of them publicly. So I almost went a little too far there. But what I was gonna say was, in terms of following OnlyFans accounts, like that goes back to there are people who we're in the industry with who they follow accounts, and I'm like, yo, stuff is public, right? If anything happens to you, all they're going to do is look at your following account and be like, yo, you're following this. It's like, this stuff is not private. So be a little bit smarter, my guy. Like, what are you doing? And yes, Jack, my brain is still developing. Ask my better half. She would say it's not developed at all.
Yeah. I have not seen the mugshot. I didn't know
super quick. That mugshot is fake. The mugshot that's running around, it's either fake or AI because the county there in Michigan released a statement that in fact has not been released. So,
yeah. Hey, another thing on Malachi Lee too. It has apparently been reported when he committed to and signed to Michigan, his family was going to move from Hawaii to Ann Arbor. Another thing too that's interesting. When you sign your binding paperwork, and in some states it's legal to do it when you commit, you sign the rev share agreement. The contract with the Michigan collective, well, I don't really know how that works, but there's some contract you sign with the collective, and you definitely are signing a rev share agreement. Now, since there's a coaching change, things could change it, and if you have a good agent and lawyers, you could probably get out of it. But like Savion Hyder, who, by the way, I don't think there's any way in hell that kid ends up at Texas, but number one running back in 2026, signed with Michigan last week. He has apparently already signed a rev share agreement with Michigan. So if he goes in the portal, might have to pay a buyout, kind of similar to what Georgia's trying to do with Damon Wilson. Maybe they can get around that since there's a coaching change. But with Malachi Lee, I've not heard if he signed anything. If he has, again, could maybe get out of that considering the coaching change. But since he, isn't enrolling until January at the earliest, the family hasn't moved up there yet. So there is still time. Texas has moved several families of players down to Austin to kind of make sure they get them. So I could see Texas doing that as well. And, we talked throughout the fall and they've tried to flip him. Malachi Lee's dad worked in Hawaii for a long time with Leonga Lafau's dad. The families know each other pretty well. And then Malachi Lee's trainer in Hawaii is Brandon Baker's uncle. So some connections there too. Another thing I want to bring up, I can't imagine how these Michigan signees feel and their families, because everyone in their country was negatively recruiting them the week leading up to signing day, saying, hey, Sherrone Moore's been banging his assistant. They're going to fire him for cause. In Michigan, to combat that, said, no, it's horse shit. It's rumors. It's not happening. It ain't happening. And then, a week after signing day, it does happen. So I'm sure they feel pretty upset. They're lied to. So yeah, but let's see.
Hey, Jordan, let me get ready to run, dog. I got to hop on a pod to preview Texas and UConn hoops.
Yeah, you're all good. We will see. I'll close that in a few minutes. Appreciate you hopping on.
Yep.
Let's see. Hey, if y'all have any recruiting questions, portal questions, let me know, and I'll hit on them before I get out of here. Antoine brought up Kentucky set to hire A&M defensive coordinator Jay Bateman as its next defensive coordinator. Love me some Will Stein. I don't know if that was a good hire. Maybe a change of scenery is good. A&M almost fired Jay Bateman after last year, and he was looking at other jobs to take other jobs as a soft landing and ended up staying put. A&M defense improved this year, but still, I don't know how you view this in any other way than soft landing. Unless he's getting paid a lot more at Kentucky than A&M, that is a downgrade in terms of job, even though, Texas fans might disagree with me because they hate A&M. So, yeah. Woodcrest asked Jordan Eric why start telling coaches who want to recruit or who to recruit instead of allowing them to recruit the guys they want. I mean, this happens everywhere in college football. There are some guys head coaches can fall in love with, and at the end of the day, they have the final say. Guys I know the main guy I know Sark was infatuated with was Michael Terry III. Big Michael Terry guy. CJ Baxter, obviously kind of one of those guys he was in love with too. So it happens. Texas isn't the only one. So, yeah. Jeez. Yeah, David Keith Williams. I think it was a soft landing for Bateman, but we'll see. I'm gonna be interested to see who A&M hires to replace him. I doubt they promote in-house. I'm trying to think of other guys Elko's coached with, but yeah. Jack Burton said, any chance in this Donovan Murph kid now? Any chance at all to flip him? No, Texas did not recruit that kid out of high school or whatnot, so I don't know. Oh, A&M promoted in-house already. Okay. Did not see that. I mean, it's been a crazy last 24 hours, 48 hours, and the news cycle just doesn't stop here. So yeah, but for those curious, it does look like DeBoer, or not does, he is the number one target for Michigan. I've been told that is a job he would leave Alabama for. We'll see if that remains the case. If so, he'll obviously end up at Michigan, in a few weeks. But if not, I think Lincoln Riley's on the table. I think Jed Fish is on the table. Maybe an NFL route. But I do think no matter what, I don't think there's any way in hell Michigan tries to hire Jesse Minter, who is the Los Angeles Chargers D coordinator, was Harbaugh's D coordinator for a little bit. Just because I think at this point you have to tear it down to the studs. You have to clean house, get rid of everything left over from the Harbaugh era, the Connor Stallion stuff. And it sucks for all those people that are losing their jobs because, coach couldn't keep it in his pants. But That's what happens. If I'm Michigan, I'm cleaning house, and I'm getting rid of the athletic director too. Like Ward Manuel, Michigan fans will tell you that dude is a dumbass. Their entire fan base hates the AD. He needs to go too. And the fact that they've known about this a lot longer than this week, 2 weeks, however long the investigation's been going on, shit, he might be able to get fired for cause too. I don't know how that works, but it's something to consider because he definitely has known about this longer than they've said they have. So yeah. Trying to think of other stuff to hit on. Oh, and another thing with DeBoer, his GM at Alabama is Courtney Morgan. He played at Michigan. He's been with Kalen DeBoer everywhere he's gone. That could be something there too. Even if they don't get DeBoer, they will have an open GM job most likely. And Courtney Morgan is one of the top GMs in the game. So he will either get a raise or will leave Michigan. Another thing too, the reason I bring up DeBoer and Lincoln Riley, I mean, I came on here about a month ago and said, watch me up there. I don't think I said he was banging an assistant or assistants, but that is what I was told back then. And part of that too, the Michigan, part of the reason the firing too, Michigan boosters, big money donors, have looked at the program right now and said, hey, we have Bryce Underwood for 2 more years. He's a 3-year player who'll be in the NFL in, the 2028 draft. Should we go get an offensive coordinator, an offensive-minded head coach who has a passing offense, a high-flying offense, so we can maximize this window with Bryce Underwood? Because the Michigan offense this year wasn't nearly as bad as it was in 2024. But still, I mean, you have to take advantage of the window you have with Underwood. I'm not calling him a generational prospect, but he's the best quarterback prospect Michigan's landed since I don't know who. And Michigan still has, even if they hire Lincoln Riley or DeBoer, they're still going to be thought of as a primary run-first, Big Ten type of team. And it's hard to recruit kids up there. There are not a ton of quarterbacks that come out of the Midwest and Northeast that are actual difference makers at the college level. It's hard to get quarterbacks in Michigan. So I don't think there's any way in hell Underwood leaves. I think Michigan will pay him whatever to stay. That cannot let leave, and I don't think there's any chance he does leave. He also likes it up there a lot. I mean, I know he's getting paid a shit ton, but he likes it up there a lot. So that is why Lincoln Riley and DeBoer up there, high-flying pass-first offenses. And also, I mean, I think Lincoln ends up staying at USC, but I know y'all remember the Josh Pate clip about 2 months ago, keep an eye on Lincoln Riley. Pretty sure that is why he said that, because I've heard similar things about him in Michigan. So we shall see. Sticky said if DeBoer leaves Bama, or if DeBoer leaves Bama's open season, but are those kids even there because of DeBoer? I'm thinking most would stay at Bama no matter the coach. Well, they have a shit ton of kids from the West Coast that signed in the 2025 class. I mean, I think Bama only signed one in-state kid in 2025. So those West Coast kids could leave and follow him. Courtney Morgan and DeBoer basically took their Washington recruiting board and brought it to Bama. And, I mean, they signed I think 10 or 11 players from the state of California in 2025. So those dudes are probably going to be the most likely to leave. Of course, there's going to be some kids from the South, from the state of Alabama that went to Alabama to play for the Crimson Tide, not to get coached by DeBoer. So they'll probably stay. But, I mean, if DeBoer leaves, the agent of Ryan Williams and half those dudes, their phone will be ringing for weeks. So, we'll see. We shall see. And Wags brings up, I don't know why you'd leave Bama if you're already there. Of course, money's king. But, I mean, dude, he followed the GOAT, Saban. A lot of pressure on him. And you can go 10-2. Is this? Oh, no, it's not real. You can go 10-2 and have people at Bama pissed. I guess you could too at Michigan, but the pressure is different. You get more grace given the fact that the coach you'd be taking over for got fired for being horny, and the coach he took over for got fired, or not fired, but jumped off the ship before it sank because he was doing all that shady shit and cheating with Stallions and all that too. So, there's less pressure. I believe DeBoer and his family are from North or South Dakota. kind of the same area. And I mean, his GM, who he's been with everywhere he's been, played at Michigan and has been on staff, so it does make sense. And also, I mean, for the guys that are there at Bama because of DeBoer, you can take them all to Michigan, and they'd probably be better than what you would inherit in Michigan too. So yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, hey, I have seen it a lot of places too. I wonder what Desmond Howard's thinking. Wonder what he's thinking, because he had to have known about it. Went to Michigan, at ESPN, CAA has several people they rep at Michigan. They had to have known about it because the agent world has known about this for months. There's no way he didn't know. So kind of funny. But yeah, before we get out of here, want to thank Soul Scream. Appreciate you a ton for the donation, or the super chat, I should say. We sincerely appreciate it. I mean, I said it the other day, like I would not have the excitement and level of energy to hop on here for an hour every weekday, in the morning if it wasn't for y'all. Jake Bayless, Sticky, David Keith Williams, y'all keep us going. CB, of course, the whole gang, Viva Lance, Jason, Woodcrest. Appreciate all y'all, Jack Burton. But yeah, we're going to close it up. Or actually, I'll finish with this one. David Keith Williams asked about Caleb Hawkins. He's a star true freshman running back for the North Texas Mean Green. Is Texas looking at him? Well, one, he's not in the portal yet, but is very likely to go in the portal and would definitely get a look from Texas. And Patrick, my bad. I thought I hit on you. But with Hawkins, he's from Oklahoma. So Eric Morris could probably get him to Oklahoma State. They might not be able to afford him, though. Oklahoma looks to be in the market for a portal running back. I mean, they kind of are every year. So I'd look at Oklahoma State or the Sooners for him. You also can't rule out, someone stepping up to the plate that needs running backs even more than Texas. And the main thing I think about, too, like Texas – Caleb Hawkins, even if he's in the portal, he's not a top 5, maybe not even a top 10 running back in the portal. And, you like the fact that he'd have 3 years of eligibility left, but so does James Simon. And, you're paying a ton for Derek Cooper, who's a freshman who's going to play too. The point I'm trying to get to is I do think Texas is going to pay up for a top 5 running back. And by pay up, I mean pay that player 7 figures. As good as Caleb Hawkins is, he's probably not a 7-figure player, and again, probably not a top 5, top 10 player in the portal. And there's also the fact that he's from Oklahoma and Oak State, and Oklahoma are, going to have ins there. So, yeah, and I'm with you too, David Keith Williams. Like, he's playing. I don't want to shit on G5 in the American Conference, but there's levels to this shit, and American Conference isn't the SEC. With all due respect to him, Antoine brought up Cam Cook. I got a call from someone who reps Cam Cook asking if Texas would be interested. And, I pass it on to Texas too. Cam Cook is interested in coming back to Austin. That is true. Now, the thing is, I don't know if that interest will be reciprocated. He was a guy Texas offered out of high school. They hosted for a visit, but they never really seriously pushed for him and never had him on an official visit. If I'm not mistaken, that was the 2023 cycle when Texas signed Baxter and Wisner. Wisner was an early commit, and Baxter was a guy they felt confident on for a long time. So that could be why. And I wasn't on the beat then either, so I don't have a good read of why, he wasn't higher on the board. But, things have changed. He went to TCU for a year, wasn't horrible. He might have been there 2 years. I think he was there 2 years. And then at Jack State this year, was really good. I believe led G5 in rushing yards. It was a top 5, running back in the G5 in rushing yards. So he could be one to watch. Another thing I'm curious about too, I didn't ask his agent this, but he has a younger brother who was a true freshman this past year at Cal. He's a corner. His name's Caden Cook. Maybe they try to be a package deal. I'm not sure. I don't really know where it lies with Caden Cook because Cal has a new staff, and I don't know if those coaches are going to want to keep him because I don't think he played that much, or if at all, as a freshman. I really don't know. But yeah, and Antoine said Fatu Makuba in the portal. Thoughts? Yeah, he's not at one of my nephews. Was with the Juice 7-on-7 program for a long time, and a great kid, great player at LBJ. But I don't think he saw the field much, if at all, at Sam Houston. So unless he's a walk-on in Austin, that's not happening. But cool story. Pretty cool story at LBJ. A fair amount of those kids would, at Texas games when there's people who walk around with, brooms and are sweeping trash off the ground, and they work concessions. Like Fatu and a couple other LBJ kids used to work Texas game days in the stadium so they could get in and watch. And if he's back in Austin as a walk-on, I think that'd be awesome. Could be back with his former head coach Jamal Fenner as well, who's still on staff. So yeah, Nathan brings up this kid from San Marcos / UTRGV. Yeah, he went sub 11 like a dozen times in high school, but they're like, that would be very stupid for Texas to add. That, as good as that kid is, he's not starting in Texas next year. He probably isn't in the 2 deep either. You don't need to clog up more numbers in that room. I get they're expanding from 85 to 105, but someone will pay this kid a lot more than Texas would. And like Texas is looking for the Cam Coleman's, the Tony Diaz's, with all due respect to Tony Diaz. And by the way, Antoine brings up Wisner. Hearing Wisner leaning towards staying, was considering the portal and the draft. Still is, but looks like he's leaning towards staying. Same with Kobe Black. So yeah, but hey, we're getting out of here. I'm getting out of here. Y'all have a great one. Yeah, thank you, Sticky. That's what I was trying to say. Y'all have a great one. Great Thursday. Again, thank you, Soul Scream. Can't tell you how much we appreciate it. And up next, SEC Unfiltered talks Kalen DeBoer to Michigan and dives into some early portal headlines. I'm ending the stream, but at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on it. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream from. And I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.